Hey there. Hello and salutations, Serjavians. It is Kevin, also known as Serjay Svek, back with another stream. It's been a long time since we last talked, and I'm happy to see all of you, to hear from all of you, and I hope that you are all doing well. And you might be noticing that I'm just bending my head down a bit because I had to adjust my laptop. That's my only webcam right now, you see. I don't have a separate webcam for myself. So we'll have to make do with this. And the reason why we have to do this is because the laptop is going to serve a double purpose today. Because if you've checked the title of the stream, we are going to be doing something different. We're going to be building a custom keyboard. And today that is going to be the Pabile P42 mechanical keyboard, ortholinear style. So this is, like I mentioned, this is my very first mechanical keyboard build, and I'm very nervous, I'm very anxious, and hopefully everything will turn out well. So let's just get right down to it. This may take a bit of a while, so just make sure you all relax, grab some snacks. I'm going to go ahead and play some Spotify music while we're at it, and then I'm going to move it down over here. So that's the reason why we have the keyboard in such a strange angle, because we had to account for moving the camera like this. Just a second, please. Forgive me if the image is not very clear. I think that's going to be something that I'll need to invest in the future, which is actually giving like better quality images when it comes to streams. You know, I do focus a lot when it comes to providing good audio as much as I can, but of course I cannot compromise good visuals as well. Let's see if this can actually make it a bit clearer. All right, adjust the lights over here. All right, this is the best we can do. We'll just wing it. Like what I always say, you know, sometimes if it doesn't work, you might as well just give it a try. So once again, this is the Pabile P42 40% ortholinear keyboard. And the reason why it's called the 40% is because it only has 40% of the keys that you would find in a full-size keyboard. Let's pull a couple of keyboards for comparison. When you think of keyboards, this is what you would normally think of when you see a keyboard. So you've got your function rows at the top over here, and then your number rows over here. You've got a separate set of arrow keys, navigation right here, and then you also have a numpad at the right. What the 40% does is that it chops all of this. So the only thing you would actually have here is QWERTY, all the letters, all the way down, and then you've got the bottom row, which can be space and key, like enters and stuff like that. So you've got very few options in comparison. So some of you might be saying, hey, why would you want to bother with that in the first place if you've got so few options? Well, it's not just for portability's sake, because look at the size difference between this 40% compared to your regular size keyboard. One, of course, is space, because especially for those who need more room to move their mouse, there's a lot more space that can be allotted for them. I've seen videos of video gamers and esports. They have full-size keyboards, and what they have to do in order to accommodate their mouse is they have to move their board like this, so that they'll be able to hit the WASD and then have enough room to move their mouse. So it's kind of a weird way, especially since your fingers look like this. So as a compromise, sometimes they would get what they call 10 keyless keyboards, which chops off your numpad So it only stops until the arrow keys. But I decided to go a little further than that when I got my first mechanical keyboard. This is my first mechanical keyboard, the Keychron K2 V2. This is a 75% keyboard. So 75% of what a full keyboard would have. So there's no number pad on the right. You still have your functions, you still have your numbers, and your navigation row is squished all the way to the right over here. And so are your arrow keys right here at the very bottom. So this is quite an unusual format because more people would actually opt for the 65%, which removes the function row at the top, or a 60%, which removes all these keys, the navigation row at the right. So it removes the functions, it removes the navigation keys, and that means as a result, you don't have any arrow keys, which is actually something that I didn't want to do because I do need my arrow keys. So going back to my question, why would I want to, make myself suffer with getting this sort of thing because you only have room for letters and just a few keys, maybe like one shift, one control, one alt, enter, space. There's just so little room here. So why would I want to do that? Primarily, it's because of ergonomics. Because normally, what I do is that, especially if I write a lot, I write as a profession, I do business writing. So what I would do is that instead of using things like caps lock with my pinky, I'm more of a shift person. So I always shift and then press and type. So it kind of hurts after a while if I press shift. And if you go for enter, you have to stretch your pinky like this. And then if you want to do backspace, you have to stretch your pinky again like this. So your pinkies, which are not very strong, take the brunt of the damage when it comes to your typing experience. Whereas the thumbs, which are very strong, are usually just relegated to the space bar and nothing else. So I decided what drew me to this is actually I wanted to try something as simple as a split space bar. So when a space bar normally would be like this really wide thing, and then you could just split it in half, and then you could put something else in the middle, say a shift key or something like that. But that's kind of rare when it comes to finding it online at a cheap price. And I decided to make things easier too, instead of having to deal with like the V shape of QWERTY, if you look at your keyboards, you can see that they're not in a straight line. The letters are not arranged in a straight line. So instead, with Ortholinear, you are always sure that the letters and the characters are always going to be in a straight line. And if you're wondering how to access your numbers and your function row and stuff, eventually we'll get to programming layers. And if you think that's difficult because you have to press one button and access your numbers, press another button, access your arrow keys, that's actually something that you all are really doing already. If you look at your keyboard, for instance, even if you just press the shift key, that's already a layer, because you're now able to access capital letters. If you press caps lock, that's another kind of a layering key, if you think about it. Because if you just toggle it, you'll be able to access all the capital layers too. So capital letters, excuse me. If you press Alt or Control, those sorts of things. We just don't consider them layering keys because we never really thought of it like that. And if you work in a laptop, especially with a smaller space, you might have run into the function keys as well. So those are the keys that you would need to access your number row or your numpad, or even to adjust the brightness or the volume in your laptop. So all this is, while optional but in other keyboards, is something that you need to be able to survive using a 40%. And, well, aside from portability and ergonomics, it's just, I decided to take this thing because it's an interesting challenge. I think it's fun to be able to try something new. I tried streaming last year, and it was a fun experience. I may not be big by any means, but it's fun to be able to try and learn something and be able to share what I know with other people, skilled, whether I am skilled at it or not. And this is also something what I want to try. I want to be able to finally have something that I built with my own two hands to some degree and be able to share with it with you. And I'm really crossing my fingers that things will turn out well. Like I said, this is my very first time actually tinkering with anything electronic, so cross my fingers. If you're religious, pray for me, because I'm going to need every single ounce of luck with this sort of thing. All right. So let's go ahead and talk about the product some more. So this, going back, is the Pabile P42 Ortholinear keyboard, mechanical keyboard. This is what it looks like. There is a bare bones kit, which is what I have here. It has a 3D printed case that you can have in either black or frost. And it already has a P42 PCB right here, printed circuit board for short. And it also has two optional rotary encoders or dials. So there's also a P40, which removes the rotary encoders, So the only thing you have are the buttons. I wanted to get the one with the rotary encoders. Why am I saying it wrong? Rotary encoders, so that I'll be able to have an option to adjust the volume, or if I can, you can also adjust, I can try scrolling with this, for example. And once I'm done with this, maybe I can make another stream where I try to program the buttons with VIA software. This device is compatible with QMK firmware and VIA, which will allow users to be able to program your buttons to do whatever you want. So, for example, you can have your letters here, and then you can have this to be control, or you can have it to be escape. This can be spacebar, or it can be shift. This can be enter. This can be a layer button, or whatever you want. And if you press a layer button, now you can program this to be arrow keys, or numbers, or your numpad, or whatever. So, in exchange for having everything at your fingertips like you would with a regular sized board. So instead of you going to the keys go to you. So this is all you will need, theoretically. So this is what it looks like again. And even though it said it was 3D printed, it actually sounds like wood. Let me mute the Spotify for a minute. So it actually took me by surprise because it sounded like wood when I first got it. And I wondered if this was like a wooden case or something, but it's not. So this is available at Shopee. The links to the board and all the gear that I will be using for today's build is included in the link of the YouTube video. And I'm streaming this on both the YouTube channel and Twitch. So if you want, you can catch me at Serjay Svek at my YouTube channel, and my Twitch channel is Serjay Svek Twitch. And if you want to see even more of my videos, especially when it comes to maybe programming my keyboard via QMK or VIA, then you can go subscribe to my channel All the links to my social media, like my Discord, my Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, are available in the descriptions of the YouTube videos or the About section of my Twitch channel. So let's go describe some more parts of this board then, shall we? So you've got your board, and aside from that, the DIY bare bones kit comes with your plate. This is an FR4 top plate. You can see that there's a gap here in the middle, and this is normally where the space bar would be. In some cases, like the plank, which this is inspired by, the space bar can take up to 2 units or U's. So 1 unit is typically what you would, the size that you would have for a regular button, like your Q or W, like that. A space bar in a regular size keyboard would be like 6.25, so 6 1/4 of this, so stretching from this. But on a plank style keyboard, you would usually have it as 1 U or 2 U. But for this board, you're only allowed to have a 1 unit space bar, so it doesn't matter if there's a gap here, that's perfectly fine. And aside from that, I'm reading it from the Shopee site, you also have a Pro Micro microcontroller, 40 KL hot swap sockets, diodes, screws, and a USB micro cable. That's unfortunately the only downside to it for me, because it's USB, micro USB. And if you look at the port, I'm not sure if it's clear here, but it doesn't seem to be the easiest thing to reach to, because there's like this black part here at the top that might get in the way of the micro USB port. There's actually a USB Type-C version of this board, but that one already has switches and keycaps. So if you want to do that, and if you want to spend a little more money, then feel free to do that. But I'm not a fan, because the only the only key switch option are Gateron yellows, and I'm not sure how those would feel. And the keycaps are all blanks, and I don't want only blanks. I need to be able to tell where the letters are. Yeah, so that's pretty much where we are when it comes to deciding the board. Now, speaking of Gateron yellows, let me just rearrange my stuff off screen. Like I said, space is already a premium in this desk. There's not much room for me to move, so I have to make sure that everything off screen is adjusted. We got a bunch of other stuff today. So the switch we're going to be using for this build is Cherry MX Silent Reds. They're really quiet now, actually. Let me hopefully the microphone can capture this. So let me try this. This is what the Logitech keyboard would sound like if you press the button. I'm not sure if it's capturing that, but hopefully it is. And this is the sound of the Keychron K2V2. Microphone in OBS is not moving, so I'm not sure if it's capturing it. But on my end, I can tell the Silent Reds are really a lot quieter here. So we'll be attaching all of these first into the plate. I'll attach it here, and then once we're done, we're going to attach it to the PCB and then put the keycaps. But the reason why I'm allotting a lot of time for this is because before we put on the switches and everything else, we have to lube these. Now, lubing is something that is highly encouraged in the mechanical keyboard community, because if I'm apologize if the microphone is not picking up this information, but if you put a switch that is stock to your ear, and if you listen carefully, you can feel you can hear the friction of the plastic inside this tiny little thing. For some people, you don't have to lube switches. You don't feel like that you don't have to, but for me and for a lot of other people, I think it would be better to at least have that extra layer of protection, because it will prevent things from wearing out, for example, and it sounds better, or it sounds different. If you want to have some references, you can check out other keyboard YouTubers. They have what's this? They have their much better ways of testing the sound, and you'll be able to see how it feels. But the words they use to describe it is that it sounds scratchy and very, very uncomfortable to hear. And this is all, like, again, it also helps with the sound, and it helps with just, how things will work eventually, because it's kind of like, oiling your machinery, being able to ensure that things work well for a very long time. And I agree with that philosophy, and I think that's gonna help us in the long run. So, and the thing is, this is quite a time, this process takes time, so it's a good thing that I'm on leave today, so I can take as much time as I want. Even better, I only have to lube 40 of these switches, compared to a traditional keyboard where you have to lube 100 or more. So that's also the reason why I decided to get a 40% keyboard, because fewer switches to lube, fewer keycaps to buy, profit stonks. And I bought an extra pack of 10 just to be safe. But hopefully we're not going to need that. Hopefully we have everything all set. So let me just put some of my gear here on the table so you can see what we're going to be working with today. Where's it? Okay, get this, and there we go. All right, here are some of the tools we're going to be using for today. This is a JMK jeweler's tool, or jeweler's claw, and it looks like this. It's like a mechanical pencil if you think about it. Stretches it out, and then it has this claw thing, which is great for grabbing these red stems at the top of the switch. So you'll be able to grab it because there's a cross here, and then you can hold it like this. A lot simpler that way. Next up is a 3D printed lubing station. This is, let me just double check my source. This is coming from, I believe, no, not from Espigo, from Keepzilla, if I have it correct. We can go ahead and check the source for where to buy all of these things in the description of the YouTube video, like I said. So this is where you can put your switches here, especially the bottom housing, so you can become more organized. You don't necessarily have to do this, but I thought of getting it just in case. And you can get one that's 10 or 20 or even 40. But I only took the 10 size because I didn't want to take so much space already, and I lack so much space. Next up, we're gonna talk about the lube itself. We've got two kinds today. There we go. This is your Krytox 205 grade 0 or 205G0 lube. This is a grease kind, more grease type lube, And this is usually used for the housing of the switch and the stems. So it's very greasy. You have to be careful with it using your brush. Very careful not to over lube. And this one is from JMK, Krytox 105 grade lube. So Krytox is a very popular kind of brand of lube, and the other one is like Triboso, if I got the name correct. And based on the numbers, the lower the numbers are, the more they're similar to oil in viscosity, and compared to the higher numbers, which are more grease-like. Just adjusting the lights. We take what we can get here. My apologies again if we can't help with the visuals. But hopefully it'll be clear enough for you to see, get a general idea of what I'm doing. Now, let's go to this little thing. This is your aluminum switch opener from, and then I got this. So you can see here, here's the top with magnets, and this is the bottom. And you can see these prongs over here. So for Cherry MX style switches, and I say MX style because after Cherry lost the patent, or ended the patent on their switches, a lot of other companies were able to make their own versions of switches, such as Gateron, Kale, and what have you. And for those Cherry MX style of switches, what you can do is that you can put, let me just try to arrange it here. You can put the prongs on the recesses here on the switch, and then what you do is that you just push down. So let me try doing this again. It worked well off camera. Hold on. Ah, there we go. So you can see here it fits. These prongs go into the shorter side of the switch. Then you just gently push down, and then the switch pops open. Just trying to remember what it looks like for later, because we're going to be doing quite a bit. All right, so you've got 4 parts in your switch. You've got the bottom housing over here with a leaf. There, see the golden part here? Hello, Ranconnect. Thank you very much for making it. Appreciate it. So yes, I'm just doing a bit of explanation, like I always do, before the building process begins. And we're going to spend a majority of the time here lubing up these switches, which is said to improve the performance of the thing. So aside from the bottom housing, you have your spring, and then the stem itself. So the stem is the part that goes up or down when you press on the key. And what makes Silent Reds different, I'm not sure if it's very clear, but if you can see at the bottom of the red portion, there's like this white bits. So that's the sound dampener on this MX Silent Reds. I think they said these are like rubber. So, and there were a bunch of people that were saying, hey, these are Silent Reds, so you don't need to lube those anymore because it's going to dampen the sound, it's going to make it loud. Well, I was thinking about it, and I decided, oh, let me just put the Spotify music back on. And I decided, you know what, yeah, we'll just take that risk, you know. I think it's better if we lube these things because, again, I want to make sure that it doesn't wear down a lot faster with the scratchy sound, the scratchy friction in between the plastic. So let's just play it safe, is what I'm trying to say. And so Ren says, yes, this is a new thing for me to try indeed. And I would like to see how this goes. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to open each of these 40 switches And I'm gonna separate them into my gear, my bowls over here. So at least I have some more level of organization. So top housing goes here, bottom housing goes in here, stem goes here. The spring I will put in this T101 cup. Milk tea for life. There we go. So, and the reason why I'm putting this in a separate cup will be explained shortly. In the meantime, I'm just going to go ahead and just let people know, check people out. How is everybody doing, by the way? How is your morning so far, Ren? Fine morning today. Hope it is Wednesday in the Philippines where I'm currently am, and I hope everybody is enjoying and doing and having a good day. I was really thinking about trying this in the afternoon or the evening, but I did not know how long it would take, because some people say that they take maybe 7 hours or 8 hours to lube all of these switches, but that's like 100 switches. So if I can, maybe I can finish everything with like in a couple of hours, because you have to be careful. You have to be careful when it comes to these things. So let me just reach out to people. Okay, there's that. Okay, let's get back to it then. So we've got our little things over here, and it's a good thing, finally, I actually, you know, in hindsight, it's a good thing that I bought these plastic bowls and this stainless steel cup. All of these are available from Quechua, the Quechua brand from Decathlon. The past year, when we first got into lockdown, I was really big into survival and EDC. The reasoning behind it was, especially since, you know, I did not want to get any of my family sick. I wanted to ensure that I made sure to use my own utensils. And if I could not find it, I decided to buy these things instead. So my own spoon and fork, my own plates, my own cups. That way, I can ensure that my family will not be in any immediate danger. Things are looking a little better now. Nowadays, we now have a vaccine. Thankfully, I was able to get vaccinated myself. If you haven't yet, and you have the opportunity, I suggest that you do get yourself vaccinated. It's going to help a lot of people out greatly. And of course, make sure you still maintain hygiene, social distancing, wash your hands. We will ride out this storm together, my friends. Eventually, we will get there. You know what this reminds me of? You know, these things, they actually feel like popcorn. Burnt popcorn. And that's a funny thing, because some switches are colorful enough that they do look like popcorn. I think it's the Gateron yellows, milky yellows, that look like that. And then there's like creams that are popular, and tangerines, which really look like tangerine oranges. An orange housing, and then a green stem. So it looks like tangerine, really. Then bottom housing here. Keep it up. I think the only thing that's really going to delay me in this stream is my penchant for talking. But it's okay, you know. I've realized a long time ago that sometimes when you go through things on your own, having a friend with you will not necessarily make the journey go faster, but it will make the journey feel a lot less lonely. And sometimes it's all that you can ask for, especially in times like these. So, also, if you can, don't be afraid to check up on your friends, especially during this time. They might be going through their own things. They might not be so open to share what they're going through, so be free. Be open. We can only rely on each other during this time. Okay. And also, going back to a more light topic, I'm really grateful that I still keep these plastic bowls around, because even though thankfully the rest of my family was vaccinated, I still use these bowls and this stainless steel cup because my workplace, or rather my room, is on the second floor. And what that means is that I have, usually when I'm working, I would have to carry my food because I can't really stay too far away from my workstation. And having plastic bowls and a stainless steel cup greatly helps, because that way I don't have to worry about breaking any ceramic dishes. The last thing I want to do is destroy anything that belongs to my family. And breaking ceramic is very dangerous, so plastic is a better alternative. How is the audio, Juz? Are you able to hear the Spotify audio? I kind of feel bummed because I was able to make it so that in OBS you'll be able to see the title of the song and then the artist, as well as the album art, but for some reason OBS decided to just, not show it today. It only seems to work once for some reason. That's a problem with using OBS sometimes, and not Streamlabs OBS Studio. Because sometimes OBS just does its thing, and then you have to do it all over again the next time it restarts. We are now in our second batch of 10. And it's already 42 minutes. Wow. That was a lot of time spent on talking. But like I said, sometimes things just need to be said. For anybody who's watching, make sure you always take the time to have a drink, hydrate, take breaks in between. I'll be here, and I'll be here for a while, so don't rush. Take your time. Just do what you need to do. Anybody here actually who does use mechanical keyboards? What's your reason for wanting to get into mechanical keyboards in the first place? For me, I decided to get the Keychron K2 because I was a top housing. I decided to get a Keychron K2 because I wanted to... my laptop keyboards, they were not working properly anymore, They kept doing double letters. Sometimes they were missing letters. And there were a whole host of problems with that. And not to mention the fact that with the way laptop keyboards are set up, that there's barely any travel distance, meaning as soon as you press it, it's just like this is like the bottom of the board, for example. If you press a button, barely any travel distance. So that means it's when you press a key, your finger feels the full shock of the button pressing onto the board. And that, especially for me, I'm the type of person who really like to press hard on the keyboard, it hurts. Whereas if you have something like Keychron, there's a bit of travel time here, see? And so it feels less shocking, less stressful on my fingers. And like I said, I'm known to be someone who really, really drives his fingers into the board. Today's drink is Pocari Sweat. It's still very hot, you know, even as we're approaching December in this country. The only time it'll really start to feel cold is when we hit January, when the dry winds come in and then brings in the cold. For now, we still have to deal with the midday humidity. Gets very, very difficult sometimes. Feels like a sauna, you know? You're already having to deal with that in a tropical country. What more if you have to go out? So all the more reason for you to be careful when you stay out. Hydrate as best as you can and wear light clothing. As much as I would like to wear like coats and stuff and scarves like that because they look cool on TV, that's not an option here. Okay, we're now in our third batch of 10. We're making good progress. But sometimes it does not matter how fast the progress is. Progress is progress. I've been trying to lose weight again recently for health reasons. It's been pretty slow. Since last August, I've only been able to lose 3 kilograms. It's not much. You know, I admit that I do have my failings, especially when it comes to the diet part. But I guess, you know, at least how shall I say this? At least if I look at myself now, I don't feel as bad as I was when I was just sitting all day, not doing anything at all. So definitely we have the goal in mind, but I shouldn't be so harsh on myself. And if I look back at myself from 3-4 years ago, the change is even more drastic. I used to be so much bigger back in the day. More than 230 pounds. So now that I'm around 93, 94, forgive me if I have to mix in the units. So I'm like, I think around 208 pounds now. I'm like 93 kilograms right now. So that's a big jump. That's still a big jump. And although it took me years to get to that position, I think that's still a respectable accomplishment. You know, someone once said that, you know, you have to praise yourself. You have to honor yourself, even for the accomplishments that nobody knows about that you've done. So on this Wednesday, the middle of the week, where, you know, you're looking forward to the weekend, you're struggling to get through for the rest of the week, take some time to recognize what you've done. So you've done everything that you've been going through. You've survived your worst days. You are more powerful than you think you are. And this is the last of our third set of 10. I think we're beginning to get into a rhythm here, which is great. Let's now move to the last. And then we're gonna see the real challenge in a minute. Just thinking about it is setting my mind buzzing already. Okay, just giving a quick check here, making sure everything is okay. All right, let's get back to assembly. Well, at least, you know, if for what it's worth, for those of us who could afford it, the being in lockdown did give us the opportunities to expand and explore and try out new things. I wonder what you decided to try out if you were able to do so in the previous year or two. Now that I think about it, it's been a very long time, hasn't it? Almost 2 years. No, our children are probably going to be wondering what life is like in these past 2 years. What's it going to be like for them in the future, huh? Is this kind of thing something that we're going to be living with moving forward permanently? Who knows? We cannot predict the future. But I only hope that things are going to turn out better. And if things are not going to turn out better, well, I can only hope that at least I can say that I've tried to better myself. Now, I cannot control. It was a childish dream for me to want to try to change the world. But, you know, you have to realize that sometimes you're not able to do all of that. You have to accept that you only can do so much on your own. But the power that you have on your own to better yourself, that's the amazing part. Because you can do anything that you want if you have the means for it. And with that, we are now done 40 switches. 40 bottom housings, 40 stems, 40 top housings, and 40 springs. Let's set this aside. Take another drink. Okay. Now, let's get down to it. Adjusting my mic. So the reason why, like I said, that I put the springs here in a separate container is because we're going to shake it. We're going to be using some Krytox 105 lube. Once again, the lower the number, so around 105, that is a more oil-based lube compared to the Krytox 205G0 or grade 0, which is more of a grease. The grease we're going to use for the housings and the stems. But for the springs, we're going to use the oil-based lube. Ren says, just now able to comment, was driving to work and just listening to you while I do that, bro. Safety first, I'd say. Of course, safety first. As much as I encourage everybody to watch my streams, I'm not going to force you to do. People may be watching this while they're busy and stuff, but if you need to do what you need to do, then do what you got to do. All right. So, but thank you still for taking the time to comment, Ren. Keep me in the background if you want. No harm done. Now, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna take, let me just adjust the camera here. Oh dear, hold on. Just a second, please. Clippable moment. Hold on. Oh dear, I'm gonna have to recount these. This is the problem of using a tall container. Houston, we have a problem. We need to find some springs over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and it just fell. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 8, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Let me just recount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 5, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 38 now. Okay. Well, I know definitely that one fell, so just give me a minute. I'm going to explorer mode. Okay, so I found a couple. Let's do a recount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 5, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 4, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Okay, looks like we've got 40, but I'm paranoid, so let's do it one more time. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Oh boy. Okay, I'm capping this first. I don't want any more disasters in the meantime. Ugh. What a workout. Not what I intended to happen. I don't need this ring light. Don't matter anyway. It never really got my good side. So the reason why I wanted to do this is because we're going to put like around 10 drops of Krytox 105 in this cup. This is the bag lubing method, but you can use a cup or a tub, anything like that. Because normally you would use some, like maybe you would brush it, the springs, but it's kind of difficult to do with the Krytox 205G. But it's kind of difficult because of the springs, their size and everything. So this is an alternative that was introduced to me. And if you want to get some tips when it comes to lubing your switches, I suggest you watch videos by Taya Types, who is a great source in the beginner keyboard, mechanical keyboard community. So let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Why not? Just be safe. So the risk that you need to worry, or something you need to really avoid when you're lubing your switches, is the possibility of over lubing them. Because if you put too much lube, especially the greasy Krytox 205, they say it sounds mushy, squishy, something like that. But with the springs themselves, you don't have to worry about it that much. So got all the lube in here, so let's give it a shake. I could be your barista if I wanted to, but I don't serve alcoholic drinks. I don't like drinking, but I could do coffee. That works too. Give it like another good minute. I can't really tell if they're lubed or not. There's not like a lot of shine or something that would give it away. I'm not sure if I'm going to be regretting this later, but I think it's okay if I just put just a bit more and shake it up a bit more. I know Teja and his friends would say less is more, but I can't really tell at this point. So if things go wrong here, just chalk it up to a beginner's mistake that you can learn from. I'm of the belief that you can learn from anybody, even the bad people. You can learn what not to do from those people. Some people would actually use a Ziploc bag to do this. I don't have a Ziploc bag, so this is just a good enough compromise. I think this is good enough. At least we don't have to damage, so we don't have to worry about damaging the springs. Gonna deposit them in here. goodness gracious. They're stuck in there. Don't be shy, you can come out now. It's like you're trying to get that last scrap of food at the bottom of your bowl or something. Hello? Can you hear me now? Goodness gracious, I've been rambling on for a very long time. I didn't even realize that the microphone was unplugged. Maybe that's what happened when the springs fell down. Goodness gracious. Oh well. Can't take it back. We'll just live with it. So now we're done with the bottom housings over here. Let's now move over to the stems. Let's set aside 10 stems. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ren says, glad to hear you back, and glad to have you back, my friend. Appreciate it very much. If you, I've already taken care of 10 bottom housings. This was a very stressful part of the stream because you have to make sure that less is more, according to Teha types. You're only supposed to see a tiny sheen of lubricant on the switches. If you see globs of lube, that's too much. So be careful. Now, we've got, I think what we're gonna do, because I don't have a place to put the stems after we're done, is what I'm gonna do is that for the first batch of 10 bottom housings that I've done, I'm gonna transfer the springs, the lube springs, to each bottom housing already. So we can already have like a system going. And once I'm done with that, I'll start with the stems. There we go. Another spring for you. Another spring for you. Come on. Get into this. There we go. There we go. As I said earlier, Ren, this process might take like a couple of hours. I myself am not one to take a very long time when it comes to my streaming. I can only do like an hour at most. So I admire those people who can do 3, 4, 5 hour streams. Just like Ren over here. If you want to see Ren stream more stream as well, like Persona and stuff like that, head over to his Twitch channel, Ren Connect. Ren Connect, that's RenKonnec. And he's also streaming at the same time on YouTube as Rencon. I think I should just pick it up. There. There we go. That's 10 done. Let's go to the stems this time. This is where we're going to use our jeweler's claw, which is also sometimes called the stem picker. No worries, bro. Also, no problem with the length of the stream, but the content and, of course, the company. And thank you for the shout out. You're always welcome. I always want to make sure that my friends always get the support that they need. in order to grow their own channels as well. So this is what it would look like if you grab it with a stem picker or the jeweler's claw, instead of me having to grip this with my fingers, and it's so tiny. Having this sort of thing helps a ton. We're going to reopen our Crytox 205 grade 0. I really feel weird having to say it the entire time, but I just want to make sure that, you know, it's specifically said. Remove any excess lube. And what we're going to do, we're going to dab it on each of the 4 sides here. And then the legs at the front. So dab here. Then the back. And then the front. Just use my brush. Gently move down. I don't know about you, Ren, but I've never been good when it came to art class. Watercolors, cutting, even straight lines. I've never been good at that. So, you know, having to do this kind of delicate work is a very, very big new thing for me. How was it for you back in the day? And sometimes it's also good to do the top of the pole at the center here, because that's also what's going to be pushing down into the spring and the lower housing. So just get everything. Again, same rule as the bottom housing, just a nice sheen. Don't go overboard. Don't put any globs. Right. Ren says can't do art. That's why I appreciate art from both you and Milas. Aw. Yeah, I'm not much of an art man myself. I'm more of a writer. So Milas is really good when it comes to visual art. And Milas is always is actually the one who did the stream background here, gave me the frame and my logos. So shout out to him always for being very supportive of our endeavors. Couple of dabs here. Couple of dabs there. If this doesn't sound any better at the end of it all, I'm gonna throw a fit. And then we go for the top. Just one more pass. And then we deposit it on a switch. I hope it's at the right area. Ren Connect says I could probably act and do character personalization or something like that. Yeah, I think that's something that you do based on your experience. We don't need to delve into detail if you're not comfortable with it. But yes, I think acting is more of your style. Today is Wednesday. Happy hump day. Middle of the week feels already. Weekend is fast approaching. Couple couple of dabs here. All right, let's start. Get the legs, and then the tip of the pole. Then leave it. There we go. Oh, okay. You know what I'm gonna do? I'll try one top housing first, because I want to make absolutely sure that this is working properly. Teja said, I'm not sure if it was Teja, but they said you don't necessarily have to lube the top housing, but I think I'll just do a tiny bit where the sliders are, just in case. Basically, any part where there will be possible sources of friction, I think it's best if we lube it just to be absolutely safe. So, moment of truth. I'm going to cover one of these switches, and I hope it is in the right direction. It doesn't feel any different significantly. It's a lot less scratchy, at least. It feels smoother, but it doesn't feel that different. That much. But I'll take it as it is. Let me just make sure that I got the orientation of the switch right. I'm gonna do a quick net search because I don't want to get in trouble if I put the switches on backwards. I need pictures. I'm a more of a visual learner, so I like being able to see what it would look like. So this part, where the legs are, this is the part that's facing the leaf. If you all can see. So this part, this golden leaf over here, the legs, I'm not sure if you can see it, but yeah, these two legs that are coming at the bottom, they should be put facing there. The stem should be facing there, and that's the correct orientation. So I think we're on the right direction. So let's try to make it fast, because I don't want the lube from the housings to dry up. Of course, without compromising the quality. Will I ever do a fully custom build? Like, say I'm gonna solder and build everything on my own? Maybe. But what I'm gonna do is more likely buy another Pabile P42. I do like this form factor, even if I haven't tried it myself. Mostly for the portability. The goal is to want to bring this keyboard to the office so I can work on it. And that's why I also opted for MX Silent Red switches, because I wanted to be able to see if I could work on it without messing up with my coworkers. Pole here. And we'll deposit it down here. All right, let's move on to the next. Like I said earlier, you know, sometimes there are some journeys that you have to take alone. And even if you have your friends with you, they're not going to make the journey shorter. But at least you won't feel lonely on the way. And sometimes that's all that we just can ask for. Some friends to make the journey a lot less lonely. So for those of you who are watching, I'd like to thank everybody for choosing to make me part of your day. And I appreciate that very much. Just checking if everything is okay. Judge, if you can do me a favor, can you also check if you can see the stream on Facebook? I can't see it on my end, so I'm thinking that OBS is not allowing me to stream again. You know, it is what it is sometimes, you know? Ren Connect says, this reminds me of assembling plastic models like Zoids, Lego, and the like. It's very therapeutic. Yes, it is very therapeutic. It takes time, yes, but, you know, you just have to deal with it, I guess. It's fun in its own way. As much as I don't mind not having viewers, I will be lying if I say that I don't think having viewers is important. Why would you want to stream anyway? Of course, it's not a requirement. I'm not going to lose my mind if I don't have viewers, because my career does not depend on this. But it's nice to know that, you know, you have people watching you from the sidelines. Oh, thank you for trying to check, Ren. Appreciate it. Hope I didn't miss too much. No, you did not, Milos. You did not, old friend. We're still in the process of lubing switches, which is actually the most time-consuming part of building a keyboard. FB doesn't seem to be online in your stream, or so. This happened to me as well. You need to delete and add the FB channel again to refresh it. Oh, okay. That's something that Restream seems to do, apparently. So yeah, Milos, thanks very much for dropping by, my old friend Jose. And yes, we are lubing switches. We are now in switch number 6 out of 10, out of 40. So we're going to be here for a while. And thank you for taking the time to drop by out of your busy day. If you want to see my setup, it's down here. We've got the switches separated into different housings. And that will be, what's this? What I'm going to be doing. And this is a finished Switch. This is definitely not your Nintendo Switch. It is just your key switch. These are Cherry MX Silent Reds. And I'm not sure if you can hear it, but there are a lot. The reason why I got Silent Reds is because they're quiet. Perfect for the office setting. I'm just doing a mental recount here. Hold on. Oh! I'm so sorry. Because you see, there's this, right? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one is 6 already because I cupped it in. This, and then there's 3 here. So all in all, this is 9. And I kept wondering, what happened to 10? Did number 10 go away already? Did it fall down just like the springs earlier? But it's right here. Right on the jeweler's claw. Goodness gracious. You know, this is just like one of those moments where if you're wearing glasses and you're not paying attention, and then you ask your friends, hey, where did my glasses go? And then you don't, and then they just point out to you, it's on your head, silly. And then you just feel so foolish afterwards. We all have moments like those. You're not alone. I was saying to Ren earlier, Milos, that this feels like I'm building... It's like the same kind of dedication one would have with building a gunpla, I think. Alright. Let's see if I can do something about Facebook. Just doing a bit of editing here. Let's see if it works. Then we move the description over to the Facebook version. And let's see if it makes any difference. Okay, it says we're online. Let's see. Ren, Milas, if you can you try checking Facebook again for me, please? Less is more, Teja says. As I said earlier, I'm not one for subtlety. I believe more in the power of more is more. Get some on the legs here. Now we move on to the back. Just got the notification. According to Ren, you're live there. Perfect. Thank you for the tip. Yeah, sometimes Restream is very strict about me not being able to stream on my personal Facebook page. I do wish Restream will allow you to stream on your own not your profile page, but rather your group page or your gaming profile page without having to pay for a premium. But you can't get it all. Okay, so what you're trying to do here, the reason why I keep saying less is more, is because you don't want to see any globs of the lube on any of the parts of the Switch. You only need to see a sheen. If you see globs of lube, then that means that you've over-lubed. The keyboard community keeps saying that's a really bad thing. I'm not really sure how bad it is. Like if it's really going to cripple the performance of the board. But most of the time it's more about the texture of the Switch. Instead of... because if you've put just the right amount of lube, it's not going to be scratchy. If you listen to a regular keyboard Switch, it sounds very scratchy, very high-pitched. Because you can feel, or rather you can sense the friction between the plastic and plastic parts. But with lubing, what you're trying to do is that you're trying to minimize that friction, and as a result, the sound is a lot smoother. It has more body to it. It's sort of like singing in the choir. You're told not to sing from your throat. You're supposed to sing from your gut, from your belly. It gives it more body that way, and it also lessens the strain on your throat. The thing about it is that actually switches can come factory lubed. So what that means is that when you get it from the store, they can actually lube the switches for you. But the keyboard community is more of the outlook that you should lube your own switches. And I think I'm more on their side. It's best to always have more control over your own stuff. Milo says, high pitched, imagine hearing a raging soprano every time you press the key. Now that is a really, really big problem with your keyboard, especially if you try to bring it to the office. It's already bad enough that some keyboards are very, very loud because of the blue clicky switches, which sound like the old school typewriters. Now you have to deal with a keyboard that actually sings. Just reviewing my messages. By the way, Milas, it's coming soon. What's this? I'm expecting to have the desk mat, and it's going to be showing your art. So you'll be able to see, once I do more videos like food reviews and stuff, because I don't want to show my face. I prefer to focus on the objects on the table. At least I have something more stylish that the viewers can look at, because I'm a bit embarrassed to show my face when I'm eating. I can make quite animated expressions when I eat. For the camera, of course. In real life, no, I don't. Okay, Milos is excited. Now we're going to do the top housing here. Again, just very gently, dabs. Again, we're not looking for globs. We're trying to make sure that less is more. So be careful. If you see any sheen, globs, not sure if the camera can pick it up, but there's like a glob right here at the top. That means I've overlubed. So I'll try to brush it away as much as I can, and then transfer it to the other side. We're only going to be done with our first set of 10, and we have a total of 40 switches. And we're now almost 2 hours into stream. So let's see if we're really gonna last 5 hours here. According to Ren, also, what do you think of me finding a keyboard, bro? Referring to a past comment. Oh, go for it. You know, you work at your keyboard all day. You might as well find something that suits you or is comfortable, which is exactly why I decided to get an Ortholinear keyboard in the first place, because I wanted to feel comfortable as I type, because I do a lot of writing professionally and privately, so it's best to have your tools work out for you. And by the way, it's a lot easier to justify buying this sort of thing, because you can say it's for your work. All right. And according to Milo's in a comment here, you gave them the good copy. I hope they are too specific on dimensions and decided to not stretch it. Printing can be very precise at times. I think it's okay. I gave them the really big size Milas, so hopefully it can fit into a 600 by 300 millimeter desk mat. And that's a difficult part because for desk mats, the most popular minimum size is 700 by 300 millimeters. So what that would mean is that the desk mat will be flopping off at the sides because it's too wide. Or too long, rather. Finding 600 was not easy. It was not easy. But we eventually found it, and it's going to be on its way here. I'll make sure to show it off when I got the time. Make sure to follow me on Discord, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter whenever I post other stuff related to the channel. That's not necessarily a video. Pictures, posts, what have you. The crispness of it is no problem, according to Milas. But the proportion is what I'm worried about. Imagine an image stretched as a wallpaper. Yeah, I get where you're coming from. So this is what it looks like. So this is where my switch holders are. I'm gonna go push another one down here. And voila, you got a switch. Here's one that I did. It's just like a cooking show. And here's one that I did earlier. Oh no, it fell. And no, it's not an orthopedic keyboard. It's an ortholinear. Ortholinear simply means that it's straight. If you're working from a computer right now, you can tell that you're using the regular staggered style of keyboard. So everything looks like it's shaped like a V, your keys. Not including your numpad, but your regular QWERTY letters and stuff. They're shaped like a V. And because of that, that's where the reasoning for ortholinear came from, because your fingers naturally find it easier to follow a grid, a square shape. So why force yourself to make it into V? Which is pretty much a holdover from the days when typewriters were still popular. But since we don't have to worry about typewriter levers crossing over, especially if you type with a lot of letters at the same time, that's become quite unnecessary. So I think ortholinear is the better way to go. Better ergonomics, better portability, better all in all. But we will see when I'm finally done with this, when I start to get to typing, if it actually is worth my time. And even if I'm going to be having some difficulty, I can at least say, and if I don't like this in the end, I can at least say that I'm proud that I've actually done something. You know, instead of just my old philosophy of just buy what you want. You know, I'm taking the time and the effort to actually make this thing mine. And that's something that I think is special. It's what drives people, especially those who are into hobbies, arts and crafts and stuff. I think I understand why they like doing these things. Because this is something that they can claim for their own. Comparing the switches, there seems to be something. Making sure that I'm aligning it properly. I hope I didn't mess it up. I knocked over a couple of stems. Let's put them back on their housing. This is the jeweler's claw, or in some cases, people would just call this the stem picker. There we go. Nice. Did I work on this keyboard, this one? Oh, this is the hard part because it's black. I can't really tell if I already worked on this one. I think I'll just take a risk and then give it a very small amount of lube. Oh, nice canteen cup. Go, nice. Get a tray. Nice. The old Steve 1989 MRE info references, I see. Steve is great. He's the most popular member of the MRE ration review community. I do like G Schultz 9. He's one of the OGs, and while he may not be as popular as Steve, he's got a lot of great contributions. He's been doing this for more than 10 years. Steve has been doing this for at least like 5, maybe. But what Steve excels in his production value and the fact that he's very adventurous with his ration reviews. The fact that Steve has not yet died after eating a cracker from the 19th century or eaten like a can of food from like the early 1900s speaks volumes of his stomach. There are already jokes abound stating that when Steve finally passes away, they're gonna have to cut. They're gonna have to see what condition his stomach is like, because that man has a dedication to food like no other. It's kind of unreal he became the most popular in the community. I started watching him back when he was a small fry YouTuber. Really now? How long ago was that, Milas? Because I only started watching him this year when I started also watching some ration reviewers. So I was already there only when Steve actually hit the big time. Dear goodness me. Around 3 years approximately before the pandemic, I see. I need pictures. So the leaf is there, and then the housing is there, the spring is there, the feet, the legs face the leaf, and then it. Okay, all right. You can never be too careful. It's about that time when people get reminded of their Facebook memories. It's amazing how much things have changed in the past 9 or so years that I've been using Facebook. Milo says, I'm almost done with my latest art, inspired heavily by Mr. Robot, finishing it tonight. I'm very excited to see your work, Milos, and feel free to share it with us. Milos does artwork. He specializes in very stylized art, and then he posts it on ArtStation, in Instagram, and most recently on Twitter. So feel free to follow Milos on all of those platforms. Now I need water. I'm really thirsty. Pocari Sweat is good. Water is better. Okay. $10 down, 30 more to go. But I'm grateful that I don't have to deal with 100 like a regular size keyboard would, complete with a numpad and everything. That's also the reason why I decided to get an Ortholinear 40%, because even with 40% of the keys, at least you don't have to lube 100. That's good enough for me. I'm lazy like that. Three to go. Need to make sure that the pins are not slanted. All right, good to go. Some people even recommend that they spray lube. Like you do get some WD-40, the sprayable version, and then you put it on the switches. They say it's not recommended, so... And as a rookie, so the keyboard building community, I think I'd rather just play it safe and follow what the masters do. But maybe after I'm done with this, I might become adventurous and try things like soldering and stuff. Because hot swap can only get you so far, apparently. But I do wish hot swap was more the standard of keyboards, because you know, having to solder can take so much time and effort. Might as well hot swap. According to Milos, I remember having that excitement and concentration when my dad and I built that Volkswagen Combi Lego just some years back at home. Oh, that's great. Yeah, the magic of being able to build things with Lego and stuff like that, sometimes that magic can never really go away. And that's the beauty of it, you know? Being able to create something, there's really just something magical about it, whatever form it takes. And then there's this joke that keyboards, custom keyboards, are like the Legos for adults, which has its truths to it. These are very expensive Legos, I must say. To give a hint of what I mean, for those who want to get pre-orders, they're very cheap, like 1,000 pesos for an Ajaz AK33, 75%, so 1,000 to 2,000 pesos, which is like $50, give or take. Sorry, I'm trying to do the very quick math here. Can someone do the math for me? I can't reach my calculator right now. But But yeah, if you go to what's this? The custom side of things, if you're not going for pre-built and you want to do customs, budget is like $100 minimum. But if you're trying to do quality, that's the time you start going for like 300, 500 and stuff. And some esports players, their keyboards can go all the way up to $2,000. But I guess they can afford that because, of course, esports is their thing. Their livelihood depends on having the best performing gear. So money is not so much an issue for them. But for someone like me, who does write professionally, who needs to write fast, but it's not, it's not like needing to perform well in front of a large audience, I think I can manage to get away with cheaper gear. And that's the thing too, I just want to share with people. Just because I'm venturing into this hobby of mechanical keyboards does not mean that I'm trashing on traditional keyboards that you find at home or your laptop keyboards or whatever. This is just something that I'm interested in. And it's a thrill that I want, something new that I want to try. If the tools that you have right now work for you, then there's no need for you to improve them. I decided to undertake this hobby because I thought that I could try to do something better with the tools that I use every day at work. Something more comfortable, something more efficient, something more fun. And this is it. We are done with our first set of 10. Careful now, according to Milas. Careful with soldering now. It's pretty hot, and you're dealing with tiny thin things, so you need to have a still hand. Ah, yeah, that's true. That's why I'm kind of nervous about that, because I kind of have shaky hands. Make sure the pins are straight. Make sure that these gold pins at the bottom are straight, they're not bent. Because if they're bent, they're not gonna go properly into the PCB later on when we're finally done with everything. So in the meantime, I'm just gonna go put everything into the lubing station. And then I'm gonna step away for like a couple of minutes to take a quick break. Don't worry, the stream is gonna keep on going. We'll just keep the music on, keep it nice and chill, and then we'll see how long the stream actually lasts. I hope and pray that it's not gonna last 5 hours. But if it lasts that long, it lasts that long. There's nothing we could do about that. All that matters is that I'm here with you, you're here with me, and we're all part of this journey together. You should find some chill alternate breaks music for your brigs. Yeah, I'll go try that. I wish OBS did not conk out so I could actually display the kind of music that I'm playing here right now, but it is what it is. You can't get everything working out right. You take what you can get. About me not I can actually check myself on stream personal Facebook page so I could actually Ooh, water is good. It's good to be able to see who's watching me. All right, so everybody, thank you very much for stopping by. I'll just take a short break. I'll be back in a few minutes. We've already done 10 switches already. We're gonna do the next batch, 10, the number 11 to 20, and then let's try and see if we can finish everything before lunchtime. We've got a total of 40 switches. We've already done 10. Let's keep up the good work. So I'll just leave you with the music first, and see you in the bit. Hey everybody, and welcome back. Thanks everybody for those who have chosen to wait. Appreciate your patience. So we can go ahead and get back to the show. We've already done 10 switches, 10 Cherry MX Silent Reds, and now we're gonna do our next batch of 10, of a total of 40. So let's go ahead and get it started. Yeah, alright, so let me just know if the music is too loud compared to my voice. Or whatever is too loud. Let's make sure that we've got a nice balance and everything is okay. So we've got our next batch of 10 switches. The bottom housings are already here on the lubing station. Alright, now let's move. This is what happens when you don't have a dedicated webcam. You just use your laptop webcam. Improvise, adapt, overcome. Bear Grylls. So what we're gonna do, for those of you who are just joining, the most time-consuming and the most laborious part of building a building a keyboard is lubing the switches. And the switches, when you're done, look like this. And this is what's going to go underneath the keycap when you press it. This is what makes it different from a membrane keyboard, which you might find from like the cheaper varieties of keyboards. So each switch is attached to a specific keycap. So that means that unlike membrane keyboards, if a membrane keyboard's button does not work anymore, chances are you'll have to replace the entire keyboard. But for a switch, mechanical keyboard rather, if a switch is not working, then you can replace, what's this? You can replace the switch only, and then you'll be on your way. By the way, according to Milas, your volume was a bit low, so I got a nice jolt when I heard your voice since I adjust my volume a bit high. Really now, I always thought that I always spoke a bit too high, but thank you for letting me know. That must have been quite a surprise. What you're looking for here, you're not trying to get globs. If you have globs of white where the lube is, that means you've over lubed already. So it's just to repeat the adage of Teha types and the rest of the team, less is more. Just a couple, this is where the frustration begins to set in, because it becomes quite monotonous, you know? You have to keep in mind that, you know, you have to be very careful with your amounts. Can't go all out. So it's all the demands of a precision-based work and the fact that there's so much to do. But that's just how it is, I guess. All right. It's 10:08. So let's see how long this batch of 10 will take this time. My list, kindly time me. If that's okay. Thanks for timing. So once we're done with the bottom housings, I'll start putting the springs on the bottom housings so we already have some available. And then we'll move on to the stems and then last the top housing. Maybe next time I'll try Kale Speed Silvers. Those are also supposed to be a very quiet type of switch. And I do appreciate quiet switches now, because especially if I want to bring this kind of keyboard to the office, I'm sure I don't want my coworkers glaring at me just because I decided to bring a very thocky, clacky keyboard. You know, we're not living in the age of typewriters anymore. We don't have to live with all of that noise, even if we have earphones. And I'll tell you what, these boards can get quite noisy even with earphones on. My parents were actually worried one time because I work at night, and then I used my Ajaz AK33 with Cherry MX Blue switches. And those are clacky. It really feels like a machine gun if you type fast, and they sound like an old school typewriter. And the entire night, my parents were wondering, what is that racket? Felt like there was something wrong with the electric fan or something like that. You know how it is when an electric fan stutters, it doesn't rotate properly, it goes crack, 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 crack. Yeah, that's what they were worried about, but apparently no, it was just my keyboard. So, if you live with family or significant others, don't get blue switches. Don't get clicky switches. According to my list, easy, just put on your keyboard headphones and you'll be the only one that hears those clacks. Wait. Well, if only it were that simple, Milas. Localized clacking. But for me, I'm more of a fan of red switches or linear switches, which is what silent reds are also about. Because linear switches are more, they cater more to the gamer community in a way. Because you don't hear a clack, you don't hear a bump. It's just when you press down on the switch, it's just straight all the way down. There's no feedback for you to base it out on. And based on my experience with the Keychron K2 V2, instead of a click, 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 its sound is more of a thok, 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 thok. So it's deeper, it's richer. I kind of like it like that. But again, after a while, it kind of gets grating, especially if you have to type out a lot of words at once. So there is value in getting silent switches. I think I just heard you swear. No, I said thok, 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 thok. Goodness gracious, if I was caught swearing on stream, I would have a lot to answer to from my family and a bunch of other people. Now I have to maintain a pure image. You know, this is a family-friendly stream. I'm not sure if I can control my audience, but I can definitely control my own actions. And that's pretty much all that I can do. Thok, 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 thok. Less is more. You just need a nice sheen. I think I went overboard on this one. I can see the globs. If I see white, that's not right. Oh, I think this is overlubed. Oh no. Don't know if you could see it here, but this part here is a bit wider than the rest. It's not a glob though. At least it's not like a glob where it's like really a pool. The lube pools at the bottom. But the fact that you could see white is a problem. The white of the lube, which you're trying to avoid. Well, there's nothing we could do about that. And overall, it's not gonna like ruin the board really. It's just gonna change the texture of what happens when you press on the key. And as far as I know, and I'm not sure if I'm like the most, but based on what I've read on Reddit, eventually the lube will correct itself. And I'll probably be too busy to pay attention to it anyway. Now that I am slowing down a bit, I'm beginning to see some white here too. I have to be more careful on some of these previous ones that I've worked on. I have to avoid that. This is reminding me of a high school chemistry class where we had to mix liquids in beakers and stuff, and then we were not allowed to finish until we actually got the correct kind of color, that correct shade of pink. If it was too high, if it was too reddish, if it was too white or clear, then we had to do it all over again. That was the most frustrating class in my entire life. But eventually, my friends and I, we were able to get the correct color, and we were able to move on and leave. according to Milos, he used to suck at chem. Never really good at those equations. Yeah, the equations were my pitfall in chemistry class. Having to calculate for molarity and molality, that sort of thing. And then knowing which numbers, like if you do the numbers at the top of the element or at the bottom of the element, it's just something that I never really got to learn. It's amazing how I was able to pass that class at the end. But that's just how it is. We all have our weaknesses. I was the kind of, I'm not sure if it was the same for you, but when I was growing up, especially in high school, I was part of that group of students that were, you know, always consulted when it ever came to class homework and stuff. So if you had a problem with your English homework and if you needed some explanations, I was the guy. And then one of my friends was the math person. The other one was the science person. The other was the chemistry person or the computer person or the humanities person. Me, I was the one that did English. But it's not so much in grammar, but in terms of like who was the knight of King Arthur who did this? Who is the person in the Ramayana who did this? That sort of thing. When you need trivia in our old English literature classes, you come to me. I miss those old books. Gems, the Gems series. That's the ones that you would use for your English class, especially for your reading. So first year, freshman year was Gems of Philippine Literature. Then in your sophomore year, you would move on to Gems of Asian Literature. And then by third year, your junior year, you'll move on to Gems of English, British American Literature. And the last one is Gems of World Literature. It goes without saying that English was my favorite class. I had a lot of fun reading all of those stories. And yeah, I wouldn't trade that for the world. I wonder if my old high school is still using Gems. I haven't been to my alma mater in such a long time. Perhaps when the pandemic begins to slow down, I'll be able to travel again and visit my old hometown. One can only dream. I'd assume they'd have updated their resources. I suppose so, Milos. It's been years since we were in high school, so I'm sure that they should have updated their resources by then. Things were not the same as they were in the 90s or the 2000s. And that's a good thing. You know, despite everything that we've been going through in the past couple of years, I wouldn't mind living in this decade. You know, so much has changed. So much is better now compared to the old days. I think some of us are so stuck in nostalgia, but if you think about it, at least there are some things that are better now compared to before. More convenience. Things that we would have only dreamed of before are now available, ready at our fingertips. But I digress. So we're now done with our next batch of 10 switches here. Switch housings, rather, at the bottom. Now I'm gonna go put in my batch of lube springs. If a spring gets tangled like this, what you can do is that you just grab the other end and then pull on opposites. I'm not even sure if I lube the springs well, but you know, I did shake them a lot with a lot of Krytox 105. So hopefully the oil does its job. Krytox 105 is more of an oil-based lube compared to 205 that I'm using for the rest of the switches, which is more grease-based. You certainly can brush these springs with the same Krytox 205 as the rest of the switch, but that's even more painstaking actually. So some keyboard YouTubers came up with a solution where instead you can just put all the springs into a bag or a tub and then give it a shake. And that's what I went with. Let's untangle these. Stick this one here, and this one here, and then one more. This one is pretty tight. Not anymore. Okay, let's put the springs aside. I don't want them to fly off again like what happened earlier. Now we grab my jeweler's claw, and then I'm gonna grab a pink stem. I'll just separate these already so I know which ones to take. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So using this one, it's like a mechanical pencil. I'll use the claw to grab the cross part of the stem here at the top. There. So now I have my hands free. Then I'm going to apply the same Krytox lube on this one. A tiny bit on each side and on the legs. So for those of you who are new, you do have to lube your switches. Well, no, let me rephrase. It is highly recommended that you lube your switches because that will help reduce the scratchy, high-pitched noise that they make. Plus, it will also prevent some wear and tear over time. As for how often you should lube these, the keyboard community posts on Reddit never seems to specifically say if you need to re-lube, if ever. It seems to be like a one-time deal. So long as you keep using the keyboard, the lube will remain active, supposedly, and you don't have to lube it anymore. But if you don't use the keyboard, and if it's like a display piece, then definitely the lube will dry out and you'll have to use it to re-lube it. What I do is that in the meantime, I'm going to just drop it on this. I need to make sure that the side with the legs If you see those legs there that are sticking out, they're the ones that face the metal golden leaf. Because that's the one that's going to push down and send the signal that this key is being pressed. Sorry, just checking something real fast. Sounds like an awesome name for a rock band. Metal Golden Leaf. That's like a successor to Metal Gear Solid, don't you think a bit, Miles? A weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Metal Golden Leaf. Colonel. Alright. Alright, enough of that. Let's get back to the stems. Lol, what? It's your idea, Miles. You gave the idea. Metal Golden Leaf Solid. Tactical leaf action. Tactical photosynthesis action. Oh, not the MIGS idea. Yeah, that was my idea. I decided to go for it. Number 2. Next, number 3. I will say it once and I'll say it again. I'm so glad that I decided not to get a full-sized keyboard. Otherwise, I'll probably spend the entire day and more on 100 switches. Before the stream ends, I want to be able to put the switches into the board and then the keycaps. And then maybe what I can do next is have another stream where I can try programming the keyboard via VIA. And what that does is, because, again, due to the really small number of keys available for the 40% Pabile P42, that means I have to rely on layers in order to access my other buttons. Because right now, I can only access my letters. I will have to do a whole bunch of other stuff, like a couple of button presses so I can access my arrow keys, or my numbers, or my punctuation. So this is going to be a fun way of doing things. My neck is hurting. If only I had a salon pass. You know, there was this joke I just saw. You know, when you get older, you have to rely on a lot of white flour. That's my cologne now. There was this joke that I just saw where they were saying, you know what, if you could get one salon pass being one of those menthol cooling pads that you just rip off and then place on an affected area like your back so it can lessen your muscle pains. But usually they're pretty small. So what if we can get one the size of a bond paper and then just slap it on your back? That would be golden, I think. Will this be my last mechanical keyboard? Maybe, maybe not. If ever I do like it a lot, what I'm probably gonna do is that I'm gonna keep this one at home, and then I'm going to build another Pabile P42. And if I'm allowed to bring it to the office, I'll keep that as an office board. So I can have the benefits of ortholinear and portability in both areas where I work. I do feel a bit anxious about returning to the office, but eventually we'll have to do it, you know. It is what it is. I just hope that things will be a lot safer for everybody moving forward. Be able to go out, have fun, go to work without having to worry so much in the future. And in this channel, we advocate vaccinations, so please get yourselves vaccinated if you have not already. According to Milas, my nose always gets irritated by Salon Pass. Well, back when I was younger. Don't know if I have the same reaction right now. Well, Milas, what that means is that you have to go to the nearest Mercury drugstore and then try buying a Salon Pass and see for yourself. No. That was a very defiant, vehement no. Well, to be fair, I'm, wow, and the 3 creepers right there. That was very, very adamant. Before I move on, I think one. Well, if it makes you feel any better, there's one thing that I never want to try, Milas, similar to Salon Pass, and that's the chili. When I say chili, like chili pepper kind of Salon Pass. I don't know the exact name, but it feels like your back is set on fire because it's like using extract of chili pepper, like capsaicin, chili oil, and then capsaicin is the chemical that makes chilies and hot peppers spicy. So if you slap all of that onto your back or to the pain area, you will feel it. And that's supposed to give relief in some way, according to Milas. Yes, the pain may be great for now, but it's supposed to, don't quote me on that, supposed to ease the long-term muscle ache by overwhelming, and I suppose it works because you're overwhelming your pain receptors with something much bigger that will eventually go away. It's sort of like the difference between eating wasabi and then eating chili pepper. Really really hot chili. Because wasabi, it burns. It doesn't... How do I describe it? It burns, but it's very fast. It's a clean burn. It doesn't stay in your mouth that long. It just sets a really big fire and then it goes away. But for some chilies, like say habanero, because holy cow, I've tried habanero, it will stay with you for a very, very long time. Or even Jamaican, what was that Jamaican pepper? Scotch bonnet. Yeah, Scotch bonnet. Just a tiny drop of that, and you will not feel anything but pain. And at some point, I don't like spicy kinds of food like that because, at that point, you won't be able to taste anything anymore. Your mouth, because of the pain brought about by the spicy food, your taste buds will be so overwhelmed that it'll become numb. You won't be able to taste anything anymore for a while. You won't be able to enjoy the rest of your food. So going back to your question, Milas, yes, it's going to help in a way, similar to that spicy food analogy, because the pain of the chili oil salon pass is going to be so great that it will numb your pain receptors to your muscle ache. In theory. I'm not a doctor, so take my word with a grain of salt. Big grain of salt. No pain, no gain. Yes, indeed, old friend. Although, if you are exercising and you feel some pain, please make sure that you slow down a bit. That's different. You know, it's good to push your body, but if you start feeling hurt, then yeah, you have to rest. Slow down at least. Nothing good will come if on your way to fitness that you destroy your body in the process. The kinds of injuries that athletes get to experience, holy cow. That's scary to think about. I've been putting some of them backwards. Let's correct them first. Some people, if they're really adventurous in the keyboard community, what they will do is that they will do what's called a Franken switch. So let's say if you got the housing of Gateron yellows, and then you mix it up with an MX brown, and then you mix it up with the springs of a whatever. So basically, as the name implies, a Franken switch is just a combination of different elements. So I don't know if that's something that's recommended to do, but if you're feeling very adventurous, give it a try. You know, you can never, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Mila says in a comment that you should see their feet, especially basketball and football players. Oh yeah. Football, both association soccer football, and I'm assuming gridiron American football. The injuries that you can get playing those sports. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. There we go. Got the voice right. I was never that good at sports growing up. PE was not one of my favorite classes. But especially since our country has such an obsession with basketball, I'm not good at that at all. Especially since I wear glasses, basketballs seem to have an attraction to trying to smash into my face all the time. And don't get me started on baseball. I'm scared of baseball. You know, having that tiny little ball, but it's so powerful, careening towards your face. And just one mistake and you might get your face injured. I'd pass, thank you. But I know for you, Milas, you were more of a basketball player. Hope there was nothing eventful during the times when you used to play basketball back in the day. And yes, for a lot of people, pickup basketball is a very popular sport, street basketball. You know, just go out there, meet your friends, pick out who you want to go, but then ban. It was It's a popular way of playing basketball. You can find a basketball court almost everywhere in a town. Especially in my hometown, whenever we have the plaza right in front of the church, usually there's like a big plaza park where a lot of people can go around, and surrounding it are the supermarkets and the stores and stuff. Usually nearby there would always be a plaza. Sorry, a basketball court of some kind. Almost always concrete because it's outside. Mila says, I was never good, but I never stopped trying because I love basketball so much. That's the passion that, you know, is something that is admirable. Michael Jordan's the GOAT, the greatest of all time. Speaking of which, in keyboards, there is something called GOAT. I'm not sure if it's also a switch or a keycap or something, but yeah, they also have that designation. So surprise, surprise, eh? Nation. All right. This is going to be the last stem, and then we're going to move on to the upper housings. So we're making good time. Oh yeah, if you guys are wondering what I ate during my break, I had some avocado. So avocado is finally in season again. So just slice up some avocado, put it in a bowl, and then has a little bit of honey, some walnuts, and raisins. Sweet, crunchy, a bit sour, all the flavors that I like. Avocado is a very popular snack in the Philippines if it's in season. Most of the time, my family would like to have it with condensed milk, and then just to make sure it's cold, they would chuck a few ice cubes into the bowl. There's even a store or a couple of kiosks, a franchise here, where they would just blend nothing but avocado. In the same way, there's also a store here locally where they do nothing but blend mango. And to hear people talk about it, especially Koreans, they love Philippine mango. Maybe it's because the mangoes that they're used to, they're very sour in comparison. So the way they tell it, ours are a lot sweeter compared to that. Avocado float is the best kind of refrigerator cake or freezer cake float that I've ever tasted. It's beyond mango float. Oh. Unfortunately, I can't relate because I'm lactose intolerant, according to Renkanek. Oh, yes. That's the problem. But if you don't want to put condensed milk in your avocado or whatever, you know, like do what I do. Just honey and, what's this? Honey and then maybe some walnuts and raisins, and that should be good enough. You know, it's funny that we're talking about avocado because for most of my life, I hated avocado. I despised it. Whenever my parents would start making avocado shakes at home, I would gag at the smell. And for the longest time, it was associated with a lot of bad memories for me. I could not go near avocado. Mostly because the first time I ever tried an avocado shake, I just thought I was gonna puke. So for the longest time, I wanted to avoid it. But for once, I heard of avocado toast. And I thought, you know, I'm already old enough, and this is me a couple of years ago. Might as well give it a try. I mean, for most of my life, I hated eating vegetables. But it was only when I was about to graduate college that I actually liked eating vegetables. So maybe the same could be true for avocado. So I took the chance, and now avocado is something that I like too. It takes time, but sometimes, you know, you just gotta give it a chance. No matter how long it takes. Maybe eventually you'll be able to find something that you do like. And yes, the taste is indeed something to experience. Move the camera down again. So you can see I've already put the top housings on a couple of these. So we've got 8 more to go. I have a bit of a time limit because apparently Shopee just texted me. One of my deliveries is going to come today. So we've got a bit of a time rush here. And usually they come after lunch, so we do have some time left. Then what you do is that now that this upper housing is lubed, we just carefully place it like this and then push down. There. According to Milas, I had the same principle in giving an ampalaya, which is the bitter gourd. It's popular in Southeast Asian or East Asian cooking. I've had the same principle in giving ampalaya a chance. Every time I gag, but I can say at least I tried almost more than 10 times, I guess. Yeah, well, as much as giving things a chance is a good philosophy to have, sometimes some things are just not meant to be. You know, if you don't like it, you don't like it. No point in forcing yourself to go through it every single time. Because trust me, I hate ampalaya too. Bitter gourd. I hate it so much that, yes, I do gag at it too. No matter the health benefits, I cannot get behind ampalaya. It's not like my relationship with coriander or cilantro. It's a love-hate relationship. Sometimes it works in the dish, sometimes it does not. But ampalaya, definitely not. You know, if you guys were free, Milos and Ren, I would have invited you over on Discord so we can chat, but I would have to set up voice meter, and that's probably going to do some weird things to OBS. So chatting, I think, is the best way to go for now. I tried that alternate method of putting sound sources into OBS, but without using things like voice meter, but it didn't work for me. That's the thing about OBS sometimes, you know. OBS has a lot more flexibility compared to Streamlabs, in the sense that you can put a lot more stuff that you wanted to, but you actually have to do a lot of tinkering around to be able to get the results you want. Whereas in Streamlabs OBS, a lot of the stuff is already done for you, so you don't have to take so much effort trying to figure out how things work. But in return, you have a few more limited options in comparison to OBS Studio. This is my hot take, according to Milos. When you say people say something like ampalaya tastes good, they're lying. They're just used to it, but it factually doesn't taste good. So it's like they're there's just, you know, eating it so much that they think it's good, but objectively it's not. So I guess that's an interesting take right there. And Milo says, let's do chat next time then. Maybe not on our work day. Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to stream on the weekends because of my schedule, but so that's why I'm streaming this right now compared to like on a Saturday or Sunday. But yeah, we'll take what we can get. But I'm happy that you're open to it. By the way, Milo, since you were mentioning the music, is it at the right volume now compared to my voice? Because I realized it must have been very low earlier. I can't hear anything anymore? Wait, let me try raising the volume here. How about now? I raised the volume in Spotify. I mean, compared to your voice, it was too low. Oh. All right, number 8. Two more. Yes, I can hear it. Now it's just a tad bit lower. It's just a very small bit. Got it. Number 9. Last one of this batch, and we'll be halfway there. Better. Now remember that volume meter for the next streams. Those sounds are pretty vibing. I'll keep that in mind. But for now, let's celebrate this victory. We've now got 10 more switches done and lubed. So now I'll just put these aside. And then we'll prepare for the third batch of 10. Let's find a box to put them in. just to make sure that they're safe. All right. Next batch of 10. I think we made it way before the time limit, Milos. I should congratulate myself. Just making sure that I've got the exact number of everything. I'll pause here again for a short break. It'll be a lot shorter this time. Once I'm done with that, we can proceed with the next batch of 10. So please stay on standby and I'll be right back. Talk to you later in a minute. All right, and we are back. So for those of you who are just catching up, we've already lubed 20 of our switches, our Cherry MX Silent Reds. Now we've got our third batch, so 21 to 30, 40 in total. So let's get started then, shall we? I'm wearing my bucket hat, if you guys can see it. This is from Scoop, Manila, and it's reversible. So you can choose to have a yellow side or a red side. It's really cute, actually. Yeah, it's getting a bit cold because I had to use the air conditioner. The reason why I'm using the air conditioner right now is because if I use the electric fan, it's actually hanging on the wall right above me. So if I use the electric fan right now, the sound would sound like a hurricane in here, and I don't want that. So it was either that I go without using the electric fan and risk sweating up a storm in here, or I just bite the bullet and then spend a little more on the aircon. That's just how it is. I'm beginning to get a rhythm here. Hopefully it's a lot faster. We'll call it 11:06. Let's see if I can finish this batch before the hour is up. But of course, you cannot rush the process. Take as much time as you need. The only reason why I'm rushing is because I got another Shopee delivery coming soon, so I better make it fast. So the secret of this apparently is because earlier I was just wiping the brush across the grease, across the lube. But apparently all you gotta do is just poke it a tiny bit and then get what you need. But this is still too much, so I need to refine my technique. I'm beginning to see a bit of white though, so I think I've overlubed. That's not good. Oh well. We'll take it as we can, as it is. We're only going to do better. We can only hope to do better. And pretty much in the end, that's all that we can do, you know? As someone like me I can't say I used to, I still am quite the perfectionist. It's a very hard lesson for me to try to let go of my mistakes. As much as possible, I want to try avoiding making mistakes, if I can. But I know that's not exactly the best attitude to have, you know? It eats up at you. You won't be able to sleep, you won't be able to move on, you're paralyzed with fear, procrastinate, and all those things. And that's the funny thing, you know? People who are perfectionists, you might think they're very industrious, very creative, but sometimes, you know, that fear of making mistakes is what causes them to procrastinate. Some people might say they're being lazy, but no. They're just afraid because they don't want to make a mistake, so they put off what they need to do. I should know because I'm one of those people. That's why as soon as I received my supplies for this, I decided, you know what, let's take a chance. Let's just do it right now. It doesn't matter the kind of quality of the video, because my video doesn't look very good quality. But you know, you have to make some compromises. You have to make compromises with what you're comfortable with, is what I'm trying to say. Milas says he's trying to make grilled cheese sandwiches right now. I'm very jealous. Sounds awesome. Speaking of grilled cheese, I do have some blue cheese still in the refrigerator. I think I'm gonna go make my own grilled cheese sandwich. I don't think the rest of my family is gonna appreciate that, because I think I'm the only one in my family that actually likes blue cheese. If it's not from, what's this? Not from the store. Not from the store, excuse me. If it's not in like buffalo wings or something. Just got a message, hold on. Well, would you look at that? The Shopee person did come right before lunch. So it seems that I'll have to take another break, unfortunately. I'll just put a pause on this. I'll be back very soon, okay? I'll just go pick up my package. We'll pick up from where we left off. And I think I'm gonna go lower down the air conditioner because I'm gonna be coming from outside. And because of that, it's gonna be really, really hot. And the shock of going back to a cold environment might make me dizzy. So I'll talk to you again in a bit. Be right back. Hey there, everybody. Welcome back, and thank you very much for waiting. Hold on, please. Sorry about that. It's getting really, really hot right now. And like I said earlier, I'm not able to use the electric fan because the electric fan is very, very strong. Goodness gracious. I had to turn on the air conditioner. It wasn't that hot outside, actually, when I was outside. Right now, it is 27 degrees Celsius right now in November. So it's still awfully hot. But if you compare that to like June, no, April, May, or June, this is paradise. Because on those days, when you're approaching noontime, the temperatures can go up to like 37, 38 degrees Celsius, and the real feel would be around 40 to 41. So it's scorching. It's scorching. Hello, welcome back, Milas. And Milas says, I'm stuffed. I underestimated the heaviness of grilled cheese sandwiches. I'm just gonna make 2 next time. Yeah, those sandwiches can really get to you, my friend. How many did you make after all? If that was so much, I wonder how many you actually made. 3! Wow. That's a lot of dedication right there. You know, if you get like a can of tomato soup or tomato sauce, try it. That's actually something that is really an interesting combination that I only learned a few years ago. Grilled cheese and tomato soup. It works. I also had to take an extended break, not only because of Shopee coming for their delivery, but also because, well, it was almost lunchtime. So I hope that everybody who is watching had a very good lunch or is having a very good lunch right now. Jos, I'm not sure if you know about this, but I had some tambo for lunch. Tambo and some rotisserie chicken. We felt like not having to cook anything else for lunch except for veggies, so we just had rotisserie chicken. Mila says, I used olive oil instead of butter. It worked fine. Ah, yeah. Olive oil works great, especially when you use it to toast bread. It actually works wonders. And he says some good Iloilo memories there. Yeah, our old hometown, Iloilo. Miss that place. It used to be a very sleepy town when I was growing up. Very chill, very quiet. But when I finally left, that's a time when they started, you know, all these urban developments. So things became a lot busier ever since I left. I think Miles can vouch for that. So anyway, for those who don't know what tambo is a dish that is created with, or just to be specific, this is ginataang tambo. And when you say ginataan or gata, it's a dish that's usually cooked with gata or coconut milk. So I love gata dishes. It's really fun. And tambo is banana shoots. So, or the banana heart in some places. So yeah, really nice, especially when it's sliced thin. Funnily enough, banana hearts was also one of those dishes, those veggies that I did not come to like until only very recently. If you guys can tell, I'm a very picky eater growing up, probably causing no end of grief for my parents growing up as they tried to feed me. But now that I'm older, thankfully, I'm a bit more open with my palate. And even if I am not, I have to, because for health reasons. You know, one thing you'll realize as you get older is that, you know, you can't do the same things that you did as a kid. Yep, well, not necessarily. You just have to take it slow. According to Milo's, I'm not a big fan of tambo, but I can handle it compared to that abomination of a margoso. Margoso is yeah, the bitter gourd of palaya. I hope I got it right, margoso. We've got our 10 switches here. So now, let's go with the stems. Jeweler's Claw. It's very interesting that a tool like this is being repurposed for the keyboard community. I find it quite funny, but happy too, because, you know, of the creativity. Loving your chill tracks so far. Thank you very much for that, Milos. This is all Stream Beats by Harris Heller. Harris Heller, who is part of the Alpha Gaming channel on YouTube. And all of these songs are meant to be copyright free, so it can be used by any streamer without having to worry about copyright. So once again, as always, need to make sure that there is no sheen. I mean, there is no glob of lube here, just a sheen. It just needs to shine a bit. I think this is good enough. We'll deposit this on one of the springs. There we go. Imagine building your keyboard with Doom music. You have to be very angry. Maybe you're not in a good mood during that time. You remind me of my friend Sam, because he likes to play very intense games like Apex Legends while listening to lo-fi music. So it's a very interesting combination. And then the reverse is building a keyboard with Doom music. Imagine that. Or the classic God of War music, the whole devil's pot of tea, whole devil's pot of tea. Oh, that's a classic one from Newgrounds. It felt surreal when a bunch of the Newgrounds animation moved over to YouTube back in the day, when YouTube was still in its infancy in 2006, 2007. And the funny thing is, I never really watched YouTube a lot. Back in the 2000s. It was only very recently that I decided to start watching YouTube more often. And most of it was because of Maximilian Dude and his fighting game streams and videos. Say what you will about Max, but Max is a very good when it comes as a starting point for beginner members of the fighting game community. got a bit too much. Let's transfer it to the other sides. The first time I watched Max, according to my list, was during his funny Doom skits. Ah, Assist Me. I remember that. I never watched it, but I know how important that was in building up his channel during the build-up to Marvel vs. Capcom 3. That's what really jump-started his YouTube career. Hopefully, in my case, I'll be able to find something that will really jump-start my streaming career, but I'm in no rush. First off, I need to find more time to stream. But, you know, you can't rush these things. I've got other responsibilities. So, if I can keep this, even as just a hobby, that's fine with me. I need to make it a habit to actually put the stem down so you all can see what I'm doing with the stem without necessarily having to show my face. Just do what you love to do, buddy. Follow that streamer Ammunition. She just does what she enjoys doing, and that's true, you know. I don't think I'll be able to commit to, you know, following every trendy game or every trending topic, you know. I'm doing what I can, and I do what I want. So, sure, I'm not getting the consistency that a streamer might, any other streamer might, but, you know, I'm happy doing what I want. Make sure to get some on the legs so it'll be a lot smoother. The thing is, this is a good thing it's a linear, because if it's a tactile switch like your browns, you're not supposed to brush the legs apparently, because if you smoothen out, if you put lube on the legs, it's gonna remove the bump. So you might as well have gotten linear switches like these reds over here. There's so much you have to take into consideration when it comes to like blue clicky and tactile switches compared to linears. That's why I decided to get linears instead. Not to mention the fact that linears are much easier to handle, I think, in my opinion, when it comes to touch. I'm not really a big fan of the typewriter-like click of blues or clicky switches, which is why I'm selling my Ajaz AK33 with blue switches. Nice, even sheen. No globs. Less is more. For those of you who have been watching the stream from the beginning, this might have been like a tiresome mantra already, but you know, sometimes Even though you're used to it already, it's nice to have a reminder. In the same way, no matter how many times other people may have heard it, you know, be nice to your friends, tell them how much they are loved, how much they matter to you. You know, who knows what they're going through, so a little bit of appreciation from those that they trust, I think would go a very long way. Going around town. There we go. We've got number 8. We are nearing the end of our 30s. Now, then after that, we'll be able to do the upper housing. Thank God, Kevin, that you never decided to get a 100% keyboard with more than 100 keys. Otherwise, this would be driving you mad already. You know what, Milos? This is funny. I've never broken an hour before. My longest was one time only when I had a 3-hour stream. This is my longest stream ever. Of course, not counting for all the interruptions and breaks. But the fact of the matter remains, this is the longest stream that I've ever had ever since starting this channel. It's just a funny thing. And the reason why is because I don't want to make another stream where I'm lubing switches. Let's just get this all done already. And if ever I'm gonna make another keyboard stream, I think it's when I'm finally gonna program the keys using VIA, so you all can see my keyboard layout. It's cool. Twitch streamers are extreme with their stream times, so you fit just right. That's true. But I don't think I can handle something like an endurance stream of 24 hours. That is way above my pay grade, quote unquote. Even if I'm not getting paid money for this. This is just passion at work. Like I said, I definitely could be doing this alone, but you know, I'd rather be involved with all of you. You know, being part of this process, you'll be able to journey along with me. And I think that's part of the fun. You know, having friends along for the ride, sometimes it's not gonna make the job easier, but you will feel a lot less lonely, and sometimes that's all that matters. Still feels like a sauna out there, Milos. Just stepping outside for a few minutes, you're not gonna feel it, but as soon as you stop moving, that's when it hits you, the heat. It's funny because it's supposed to be like autumn compared to the rest of the northern hemisphere, but it's still awfully hot and humid now, as if it was still in summer. That's the problem with living in a tropical country. You don't really have much choice between hot and rainy. But by the time January and February comes, it will be a bit chilly. Just chilly. I don't think I can handle snow, actually. As much as I've always dreamed of visiting a snowy place, I think I'd be freezing from the cold long before then. Which is how I wondered how all those Filipinos who used to emigrate and work to places like America or Canada back in the day, how they were able to survive their first few winters. Must have been a chore, to say the least. Sorry, it's my alarm. I didn't realize I had my alarm on. I'm the type of person, you know, who likes to set his alarm, and then after 5 minutes I'll set another alarm. But usually by the second alarm, I'm already awake. I just want to try and grasp whatever kind of rest I can get. But there are those other people that I know. They get like for 30 minutes, following their initial alarm, they have an alarm every 5 minutes. That's a different level already. Same as me. 5 alarms with 5-minute gaps. Wow, Milas. Wow, Jose. Doesn't it get annoying after a while? Or is that the point? But lately for me, I've been feeling really exhausted. So sometimes even a number of alarms won't wake me up anymore. It's kind of, I know, it kind of feels like, you know, I just sleep through like a log. And actually getting 6 hours of sleep is a miracle in itself. And according to my question about why Milas would have like gaps of 5 minutes each, it's because I asked, isn't that annoying? And then he says, that's the point. Yeah, I guess. If you're not gonna wake up immediately, you might as well have yourself get annoyed into waking up. And what makes mine more extreme is my alarm clock is 30 minutes in advance. Adds more disorientation to make you panic. Ah, the dad type of alarm. I know that. Because I say that because, you know, some dads in the jokes, they always set their clocks way in advance. Or if you're just gonna say, if you're gonna ask, what's the time, Dad? It's like 7:45, for example. They're gonna say, oh, it's already 8 o'clock, or even it's 8:30, just to get you in a panic so you can rush. But by the time that you see the real time, it's already too late. Old-fashioned joke, I know. Effective in its own ways, traumatizing in others. All right, last one of the 10, and then we'll move on to our final batch of 10. Hey, even with all these interruptions, we were able to finish less than our designated time of 1 hour. I think we're getting faster. Of course, hopefully the quality has not dropped either. Efficiency is one thing, effectivity another. Effectiveness, rather, another. And when it comes right down to it, even no matter how long it takes, I would prefer to be more effective than efficient. That's my opinion. Of course, it's good to strive for a balance of both, but, you know, sometimes when you're trying to be efficient, you jump through hoops, skip a few steps. So, but for me, I would prefer to be more effective, meaning everything is done correctly, every step has been taken. Yes, it may take more time compared to being efficient, but, you know, get it right the first time, get it right every time. Instead of the joke which goes 60% of the time it works all the time. All right, here we go, our last batch of 10. And we can finally move on to attaching the switches to the PCB, to the plate and to the PCB, and finally putting on the keycaps. I'll just go on my screen for a minute. I'll change clothes and then we'll be right back. Hey and everybody, welcome back. Thanks very much for waiting. So let's go ahead and get started on our final batch of 10. So this is going to be number 31 to 40. Let's do this! Hype it up. All right, let's do this. Don't forget to always take breaks, and if you need to, change clothes, because it is hot. and humid outside. I think I should really invest in an external webcam. That way I can have 2 webcams available, because the quality of this one is not that good. Or maybe it's because I deliberately lowered down the quality of this webcam because it's not, I've never had it set to be like this for so long, you know? Normally my game streams, the webcam is just a tiny bit at the corner. So it's just something to think about, I guess. According to my list, yeah, I was just thinking about that. You need a better webcam quality. Yeah, I think so too. Because nobody would be able to tell what I'm talking about when I say that they're gloops or globs. So yeah, and I need to get the audience more involved, so they need to be able to see. You know, you're so focused. I'm so focused on the audio that visual. The visual aspect is also equally important. Don't rush it, Kevin. Don't rush it. We're at the home stretch. This is the most dangerous part because you think you're in such an excitement to get it done that you make mistakes. Let's not do that. Same quality from the beginning to end. That's what we need to aim for. Maybe I will start playing Gunpla. But I don't think I have the patience for that. But it did surprise me that some of my, well, not my friends, because my college friends, a lot of them were already interested in Gunpla, in building Gundam models. But some of my co-workers, some of them were interested in tank models, actually. We only had one tank model at home. But apparently, especially in places like Makati, they still sell quite a bit. They still sell quite a few. Even more surprising are those Tamiya model racing cars. I thought the craze died a long time ago, but no. Those cars are still quite popular even now. The only ones that have probably cooled down in popularity are like Beyblade or something, or Bakugan. But Tamiya is still going strong after all these years. Did you know that, Miles? In Glorieta, they still sell a lot of those. Tamiya, tanks. Or even in Mega Mall, definitely in Mega Mall. They also have their own hobby stores and stuff. But I don't think we have like a keyboard-centric physical store, you know? The mechanical keyboard hobby is still pretty niche here in the Philippines. And most of the people that, you know, meet up and stuff, talk about it, are usually on Facebook only. So if you're not buying your goods from like Shopee or from AliExpress, well, AliExpress, yeah. Usually it's from Facebook Marketplace. That's like the biggest way to get your gear for mechanical keyboards. According to my list, I guess the Yakuza games was a small factor in keeping it alive. You can race with those in the game. Ah, yes, that's right. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, Yakuza is a big factor in those pocket circuit games. But even so, this is the Philippines, where wasn't really that popular as far as I knew after the initial craze wore off in the 2000s. Or maybe it's just my ignorance, because maybe in other parts of the country it just kept going strong and it was just under the radar. If there was one hobby that you wish, or rather that you would like to pick up, what would it be? I found this already, mechanical keyboards. I think, and it's a lot better than the other hobbies that I picked up this year, which include EDC, Swiss Army knives, sporks. I don't know why I had a spork phase, but yeah. At least I can justify this by saying it's related to my work. Last one. I noticed a few white spots in some of the others. Guess it wasn't too much of a rush. Again, I don't know the risks of possibly overlubing, but you know, I'm not gonna lose sleep at night when it comes to this. This is just part of the learning process. And what's this? And what's this? Hearing myself say that is the biggest thing that I am proud of. The Kevin years ago would be devastated if he made a mistake like this. And he would do everything in his power to try to correct it. But now, I think one of the things I'm proud of is that, I'm beginning to learning, not mastered. I'm learning how to let go. Whatever happens, happens. You take your chance, you make a mistake, you learn from it. No need to be so perfectionist about it. Milo says, building Lego was something that I was into since I was younger. Still enjoy it. Like that combi my dad and I assembled a few years back. Ah, yes. You remember, you mentioned that a few hours ago. Earlier into the stream. Now I remember that one. Sounds like a lot of fun, really. All right, let's get those springs then, shall we? Just maybe like a tiny brush up. According to Milos, that Lego Combi, he was so into it that he was working on it for 11 hours straight. I know, because my dad was counting the hours. Goodness gracious, man. I hope you took breaks in between at least. You know, it's good to be passionate, but of course you can't neglect your health. You know. But yes, sometimes when you're in the zone, you just tend to forget everything else. Some people are known to forget to eat, to sleep, whatever. So, it happens. But of course, like with all things, let's try to be careful. Eating breaks I did. Ah, okay, well, that works at least. Of all these, the springs are the ones that I have the most difficulty with. Because you can never really tell if they're gonna fly off or something. I can only pray that I have the right number of springs. According to Milos, the king of being in the zone was Nikola Tesla. The man was vicious with his work, yeah. He was a very passionate man. Passionate inventor. Perhaps not the best businessman, but no one can fault him for being very, very into his work. Last two. Separate these. Oh, thank goodness. The springs are done. Oh boy. Alright, maybe I can make a ration review out of this. Let's just get this out onto the desk mat. Nice. Maybe in the future. I did ask a family friend, maybe to bring some rations that they have. And they said yes. So let's see, maybe you can see this channel becoming a review, an MRE review channel right now, soon. But I will say, it comes with risks because MREs are notorious for having a lot of calories. I mean, I suppose it's natural because soldiers have to deal with all of those calories anyway. They're all marching and carrying all their heavy baggage and fighting, so that justifies all the calories. But for an ordinary civilian like myself, I don't think I needed that much. But I do want to try a genuine ration once in my life. Even if it's just a civilian one, because rations are supposed to not be sold directly, but what's this? And yet somehow they still end up on eBay. According to my list, you gotta work out like Steve, then you're gonna review, if you're gonna review MREs. Yeah, Steve, despite all his years reviewing MREs, is very, very fit. So, you know, you've got to balance it out somehow. What you take in, you have to put out. Go for Filipino Army rations if they have any. You know, I really don't know if we have rations in the Philippines. Because I think for the most part, we just cook out in the field. When Americans and other countries started adopting like MREs and disposable plastics, as far as I recall, the armed forces of the Philippines still uses those mess kits, those metal mess kits, stainless steel, similar to what the Americans used in World War II, which were those oblong ones with the fold-out handle that you could use for cooking, like a pan, or you could put the lid on top so it becomes like two plates next to each other. But for the armed forces of the Philippines, it's instead of oblong, they're rectangular. So it's a very interesting thing to see that they're still preserving those classic ways of consuming their food on the go, or at least in the chow line. I doubt that they would be over there in the jungles eating like that. I think, Milos, the desk mat is gonna arrive tomorrow. So maybe this towel will be replaced with something a little more colorful. So look forward to it on my next streams. For those who don't know, it's a custom desk mat using art made by Milos himself. And I just thought about getting it so I can give some spice to this table, especially if I'm gonna do more stuff like food or whatever reviews, because I don't want the camera focused on my face. I want it to be on the product. So that's something I think that will definitely help bring a little more color to the Brett channel. Whoa, that was fast. Yeah, it's really fast, I must say. But we'll see how fast they are. If they really live up to my expectations. Even though the playlist itself in Spotify says that this is lo-fi, it doesn't sound very lo-fi to me, at least in terms of quality. Because lo-fi is supposed to be like scratchy, you know, it sounds like a bit like crackling vinyl cassette tape style. This sounds pretty high quality. I think it should be called like chill or something. I don't know. Sometimes the lines get blurry. Like chill out or something. Sometimes musical genres confuse me. When you get to things like prog rock, metal, screamo, death metal, black metal, that sort of thing. There are just so many genres in between that you can't really tell. It can get confusing, rather, especially if you're not that invested in that particular genre of music. But it is lo-fi. I don't think the scratchy effect defines lo-fi. I see. Well, usually lo-fi is like the more chill type of music, but sometimes those scratchy, low fidelity effects is a common staple in lo-fi. But then again, I could be wrong. I'm not a music connoisseur, so maybe I'm missing something here. At least, and it reminds me also kind of like a vaporwave. But vaporwave is more like trance-like in a way. And then you get to trance music. Yeah, see? So the world of music is a whole other rabbit hole that I fall into. Vaporwave is a bit more high ambient type. I see. It doesn't really have this kind of like big sound like with this song right now. This is definitely not something that you would confuse for vaporwave, I think. I wonder what it would have been like if we had the technology to stream back in our youth, in the 90s and the 2000s. I can see a lot of people using Evanescence as their background music. That's just me throwing a joke around. But imagine, The Black Parade by My Chemical Romance is now 20 years old. And that was a very influential song, one way or another. Although I admit I never listened to anything else from My Chemical Romance, so I'm very limited in the repertoire of songs. I only know them as, hey, it's the Black Parade group. And when their vocalist came with an outfit that's not parade themed and without white hair, I was shocked. Got it backwards again, hold on. Last stem. Oh, my neck hurts. My neck hurts from looking down the entire time. That's why when you guys are using your cell phones, make sure don't always have your cell phone down like this. It's gonna strain your neck. You know, it's also good to have your neck, your cell phone a bit forward like that. Sort of like you're taking a selfie, but you're not. You're just looking at your cell phone. I think it's a good enough compromise. And if you might be concerned that someone might be looking over your shoulder to check your data, or excuse me, or to check your text or whatever. It's most of the time people won't care. That's why I prefer to have, even though my phone is pretty small, I prefer to have big text on my phone because I want to make it easier to see what is actually being shown in my texts. And while, yes, there may be concerns that someone might be looking over my shoulder, I'm like, they're probably not interested. It's nothing really spicy anyway. According to Milas, by the way, are you into lost media, Kev? I love watching stuff about it. It's so eerie and captivating to see rare media, just forgotten and found decades later, complete with that old digital quality. It gives a sense of enigma and mystery. I'm sure the stuff I'm working on in work would probably become lost media in the future. It's true. You never know, what's gonna turn up in a museum one day or in a dig. You might find your work. But to answer your question, I'm not really that into lost media, if only because I'm not that exposed to it. When I hear lost media, I think about all of those movies like The Blair Witch Project or Cloverfield, where, it's like something bad happens and then they find the videotape like that. That's what I think of when I hear lost media. But I'm sure that what you're meaning is also something very different, like lost artifacts, lost paintings, lost recordings, I guess. Not necessarily like Blair Witch, but something a bit more non-fiction, I guess. My Pocari Sweat is gone. I think I'm very glad that I moved on to Pocari Sweat from Gatorade. I just realized how much sugar is in Gatorade, especially with all the coloring. I think Pocari Sweat is a good compromise if you're into energy drinks, or at least to replenish your electrolytes. I hope that you'll be able to preserve your art, especially Milas, because, yeah, the thing with digital art is sometimes, they can easily get lost. So having reproductions nearby will definitely help prevent that sort of situation from happening. It's funny how much stock we place on digital, but, analog, physical stuff can still has some permanence to it compared to digital. If we don't have the internet, if we lose access or power to our computers or devices, then all the information that we so rely on will be gone in an instant. So there's the irony in that. Milo says, you should check it out. I'm talking about episodes, advertisements that have stopped airing and only has a few copies, and people in Reddit or 4chan start looking and talking about it. Oh, I see. That sort of stuff. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's nice. Keep circulating the tapes, Rare lost episodes and stuff. Especially if they're in VHS. Oh boy, VHS. Those were the days. Or maybe VCD. I lived near the tail end of VHS and into VCDs. And then DVDs. Now everything is in Blu-ray. But I don't think they ever moved on from Blu-ray. I think at that point, we've hit a dead end, or maybe they're just comfortable already at that point. Not sure what the status is. Nice sigh, Kevin. Almost there. One good example, according to Miles, is that Sesame Street short, where one user remembers seeing it as a kid. People begin to wonder and slowly remember it too. It becomes so captivating that people search for it. That episode did get released in YouTube, and even the story behind it being found is so mysterious too. Maybe it's just because I love mysteries and stuff. That's a very good story to share. And yes, I think you always were fascinated when it came to mysteries, Milos. And there's some beauty in that, you know? Wondering about the unknown, what secrets lie in there. You would make a great Phantom Thief. If ever you were in the Persona world with Juz, I'm sure that you both would enjoy it. Just need to summon your persona. The video found satisfied everyone's curiosity. Here's the link. Ah, thanks for sharing. Don't worry, this video is safe. Thank you for that disclaimer. You can trust Milos. You can trust Milos, everyone. I trust him with my life. Maybe these streams of mine will become lost media of their own as well. That's why I decided to upload these in the first place. Sometimes it's not a matter of reach, audience, or credit, but just the fact that this is sort of like the video records of this day and age. So instead of like getting a video camera and shooting moments of your life, you just take a webcam, do your thing, upload it to YouTube. At least there, it will be available for everybody to see and become a part of your life, and you become a part of theirs. While it could be worrisome because of privacy and stuff, as long as you're careful about it, I think it can be quite magical. Of course, always be careful with what you choose to share. There's always that risk. Let me just check something. I was checking if there were some people who were commenting on the Facebook version of this stream, but so far none. That's okay. The most important part was to check if it was still running. And it looks like it's working well. Oh, push it down. And this is it. 40. Finally. 40. Goodness, I'm running out of words. All 40 switches are now done. Let's clear the table. So we can finally move to the next step, thank goodness, which is to attach the switches to the plate and then to the PCB and the board. I think I'll have to wash this. I think I'll have to wash these too, the brush and the tweezers. So I'll just leave them open like this first. Oh, congrats. Thank you very much for that, Milas. We are now at the 5-hour and 12-minute mark. Despite how long it took, it's still a lot faster than I thought it was. Than I thought it would be, rather. Celebratory drink. Let's pop these out. Let's pop these out into the box. Join the rest. Oh, okay. Here they are, all lubed and ready. So now we have our P42. So this is the case. So for those of you who are catching, this is the case, 3D printed. And this is our P40 PCB with 2 rotary encoders, micro USB at the top over here. Then we have our plate. So how we're gonna do this, gonna check first, make sure this is aligned. So this one is this white part here. In other plank style keyboards, this is supposed to be the space bar because it takes 2 units, 2U. U or unit meaning the size of 1 key. And usually a 1U key in other keyboards is like your letters. And a space bar usually is 6.25U or 6.25 units. Your enter is probably like 1.75 or something like that. So the good thing about this type of board, it's ortholinear, meaning it's all straight. So you don't have to worry about inclining your fingers, because for other, if like you're touch typing, if you want to go from ASDF, if you want to go from F to R, you have to go at an angle still. But here, it's just up or down. I only have 40 keys that I can fit in here, so I have to rely on a lot on layers. But that's for another time. For now, let's try to align these switches. I need to make sure that the pins at the bottom, these gold pins you see here, are straight. Otherwise, they're going to destroy the pin. So then what I'm going to do is that on each corner, I'm going to put in one of the switches. There, see? So they will form like a wall, or like it will prop the plate onto the PCB, which will make it easier for me to attach the rest. I have to make sure it's at the pins are facing the same direction. You have volunteered to be pin number 4 at the corner. No, no, I don't want to be. No, you will be. You will join your siblings. So just click it into place like this. Pass check. Okay. Let's do this. So we're gonna put it down here onto the PCB. So there should be a gap between the PCB and the plate, and then you just press it down. There, but not too hard. If it doesn't go down any deeper, that's okay. Let's try the other keys now. Just put some in the center, so at least we have a more even distribution. Volunteer the pin sister so it could be compelled to volunteer itself for the games. Why not? Just checking if it's the same height. You volunteer as tribute to this board, but all of you will join the board anyway. That was a Hunger Games reference, by the way. Yeah, it was a bit late to the party, but I eventually got it. Gotta straighten out this pin. It was a bit bent, so I straightened it out. Let's try it again. This pin is a bit stubborn. This one really won't go in. Let's get back to that later. That's probably the most satisfying stage in keyboard building, isn't it? Close, because I think the next part is the most satisfying, which is putting on the keycaps. I seem to be having trouble with this part because it keeps bending the pins. Oh, no, wait. There we go. Well, this one was not worthy of the center, so we'll just put it off to the side. Made a mistake. It's at an angle, it's not straight. I'm scared, actually. Because, you know, we're dealing with the electronic parts, and I don't want everything to just, like, blow... Not necessarily blow up, but just fail at the last minute. You know, I spent all this time working on the lube, so all that's left is the most difficult part, really, I think. Okay, some are beginning to go down a lot easier than the others, so that's good. We got another one with a bent pin here. Oh, this is interesting. A couple are not going down. See, if I press this, it goes down. But some don't go down. I think there's something wrong. Where's the part that I should grab? Oh, it's to the sides. My mistake. This is the part that has me worried the most, really. Oh, it's not... There's really a problem with this one. Maybe it's the way I housed it. Let's take a look. Let's pop it open. What's wrong with you? Ah, it's in reverse. So that's why. Good thing we found out. I thought there was going to be a big problem. See, so now it's going down again. Okay, let's find those other two that are not going down. This one. Part of the learning process. When the stem is backwards, that's when it doesn't go down properly. I've learned something new. No wonder it was having a difficult time closing earlier. So if you can't see, it doesn't go down. It's probably because the stem was put on backwards. Oh, now I can feel the lube. If I had any doubts about underlubing, they're totally gone now. Yeah, I'll just give each one a press before I put it in, so I won't have to remove it again. Like I said earlier, try to get it right the first time. There we go. We've got quite a few already on the board. Home stretch. Careful. Can't afford to get too excited. The job's not yet done. Got another one. It does not go down. So I'll open this. And then I'll reverse the stem. Now everything is more or less even. We're making good progress. Let's continue. I don't know about you, Milas, but I'm holding my breath big time. I am scared. We're gonna go around so we can give those last few bits some more stability. There we go. I put it on backwards, so that's why. Always make sure it's the right side up. Bent pin. Let's fix that, and Bent pin again. This is not gonna work. Let's move it to another location. Hopefully this one works better. Last one. Look at that. Look at that. Nice and even. Let's get this out of the desk. Now we're gonna move to the final bit. Keycaps. There are some custom keycaps that I also made. These are from YMDK. These are YMDK DSA keycaps. So they're all even. So they're all straight. Compared to some keycaps which are sculpted. So if you take a look at, or these. So if you take a look at the profile of these keycaps, see, it goes up here, it's very high, and then it curves down somewhat. It's not really like a big curve, because some really curve like that. DSA keycaps, by comparison, they're flat. They're uniformly flat all around. So what the advantage of having that is that you'll be able to, if you want to move the keys around, it'll be a lot easier for you. So now the moment of truth, let's go open this bag of keycaps and then attach them to the board. This, I think, Miles, is the most satisfying part of building a keyboard. Finally, all of that EDC stuff is finally beginning to pay off. I got my scissors. Falling like mahjong tiles. I don't know if you can hear it, but it sounds good. Got another text message. I hope it's not a delivery. Just a second. I'm trying to clarify because I suddenly got another text from Shopee saying that I've got another package delivery, but the desk mat is the only other pending delivery that I have, and it's not yet meant to be coming here so quickly, so let's just see what they have to say. So you can really see this can be flipped upside down. There's no obvious way where X is supposed to be. There we go. Forgive me if I'm not speaking so much right now. I guess I'm a bit tired already. It's been a long, long day. Of course, these keycaps are red. They have to be red. They're my favorite color after all. I'm just double checking because some of them seem to be a bit higher than the others. So just need to make sure. Bit slippery, aren't they? These are actually PBT, so they're more of a matte kind of plastic finish. And they're supposed to be of higher quality than ABS, the other type of plastic. ABS is actually smoother, and they're the ones that you can usually see after a while they accumulate some shine. It's something that I used to see when I was still using internet cafes to do my homework. After a while, especially on the spacebar, you could see one part of the spacebar that shines really bright. That's because of all the... That's because you can tell that's they used ABS for that. Now these are some customized keycaps. Same DSA profile, and they use images that were made by Miles himself. It's a pity that they're white with images on top, but I guess that helps to make them stand out more. I think we're missing one keycap. Oh, there you are. So definitely these two with a symbol. We'll put these here. They're gonna be our raise and lower button. There seems to be a bit of hesitation here. Get the old keycap puller. Let's try it here. It's definitely lower than the rest. Oh, this really won't work. White keys are good. I just need to give you images of your emotes with white backgrounds next time. Yeah, that's something that we could do. So, based on my observations, I don't think it's gonna work if we use these customized ones because they sit lower on the switches compared to these. So, as much as I wish we could have more variety, we'll probably have to stick to these. Hey, since everything's kind of loosened lately, let's hang out sometime before I go back home. Sure. Let's see what we could do. I miss you, old friend. So yes, let's definitely make some time to hang out. You know what I'm thinking of doing? If ever I do proceed and get another keyboard like this, I'm gonna get one with yellow keycaps. Because I like yellow and... red and gold when they're together. So we'll put them together and then we'll mix some of the yellow keycaps here, especially down here at the bottom row, because they're all blanks actually. Give it some more variety. I'm a Gryffindor, at heart, even though I probably am a Ravenclaw. Maybe. Miles, please call this 5 hours and 47 minutes. Please put that in the chat so I can reference that in the Instagram post. Look at that. Look at that. I'm just in awe, really. Let's just clear the table a bit. Five hours and 47 minutes in the making, indeed, my friend. Holy cow, we have done it. Take a look at this. It's like a chocolate bar if you think about it. I already gave back the Logitech full size, but if you compare it to this one, you can still see there's a very stark difference between the two. When it comes to typing, yeah, I really have to get used to this. It does slip around a bit. I need to install the rubber feet at the bottom. But it's like this. U, M, B, like that. So if I want to press space, I'll probably assign it to this key. Shift, so I can have an easier time getting capital letters. Then this one will probably be escape. The funny thing is, I learned this from Ben Valek, because escape, let's say, would be down here. So instead of reaching down with your pinky, you can just thump it with the palm of your hand. Same is true with enter. If I have it here, instead of just like reaching down here, I could just like that, thump it. And then these knobs, I'll probably have them like, say, for volume control and brightness control instead. Holy cow, we have done it. I'm just gonna do a very quick test. So this is the mini USB or micro USB that comes with it. I'll probably leave the configuration for another time, but for now I just want to see if every key is working in VIA. By the way, have you already moved over to Windows 11, Miles? I just did a while ago, and it doesn't seem to be that different for me, I think. No, was stuck in 8.1. Oh, you're still in 8.1. Wow. I haven't used 8.1. From Windows 7, I moved straight to 10. So that's new. But is 8.1 any good? Okay. Yeah, it's just okay. I see. Wait, I'll just do something over here. Let's see if we can make it so at least it's a bit more interactive here. All right, so we are now in VIA. This is the software that is used to test and configure your QMK powered keyboards. So VIA is more of a visual way, a GUI, a graphical user interface. So you'll be able to see what it looks like immediately compared to QMK, which you still have to do a bit of coding in C. So before we close out the stream, let's just test if every key works. It doesn't seem to. There we go. R T U I O P A S D F G H J K L colon. Oh yeah, it's that key. It's okay. Z X C V B N M. All right. Sorry, that's the Windows key. Alt, left shift, backspace, space, enter. Right control, escape. This one is also not working along with R, I think. All right. Let's bring it back to me first. It's not lighting up, okay. So we'll have to take care of this key and R. All right. I hope it's nothing serious. I hope I don't run into any problems at the last minute. That's gonna be such a pain. Oh, let's unplug this first. There's the culprit. One of the pins was bent all the way. So let's straighten it out. Yeah, so that's the importance of keeping your pins straight, so you can avoid situations like this. Holy cow, it's bent in a couple of places. Part of me is thinking that it's better to just lube another switch, but I would rather not go through the trouble. Alright, R is working this time. This one is not working. I think it's just another bent pin. We will see. Holy cow. I think I separated the switch. How did that happen? The switch just separated on itself. Just some weird stuff happening. So the switch just separated by itself. Let's try to get it out. There we go. There. Another pin that was flattened. Let's put this back together first. Gonna need these tweezers. At least it's a little straighter now. It's a lot easier to straighten out, I mean. There we go. Put it back. It's still not working, this one at the bottom. But R is working fine, at least. So if we go here, R is working. This one is still problematic. I'll get that. Don't worry. The pin flattened again. You are getting to be a very big problem for me. Ah, it flattened it 2 places again. Just like the R. I think this is good enough. It's beginning to bend a bit upwards, so let's straighten that arc. I think it's because it's bent so far back, you see. I can't really explain it, but it's like a part is stuck near the beginning. It's bent. So let's just see. Hopefully this will work. Oh boy. This key is giving me more trouble than it ought to. Still nothing. Careful now, Kevin. Don't lose your temper. Wow, it really just went flat. I have to, like, it's not just enough to straighten it out now. I have to, like, so, like, yeah, there we go. Oh, no! The pin broke. Oh, boy. This switch is useless. And this is why you always buy extras. We've got 9 more to go. Gotta make a new one. We gotta lube a new one. That's why you always buy extras. Let's remove this. Oh boy. Well, sorry. It could be worse. It's just one that I have to fix. Or one I have to do. I'm so thankful that I bought an extra bag of 10. Let's keep it consistent. I'm gonna... Oh boy. You're gonna have your own lube bath, all on your lonesome. It's not cooperating. Just move it around with the brush. So unlike the rest of the switches, you can actually overcoat the spring, apparently. It's not a big deal. So just let it gather all that lube there. We'll get back to it. For now, let's lube the rest. I really don't know if I put enough lube here. So I'll just put a tiny, tiny bit more. There, now I can feel it. It feels a lot more lubed up. Next is the stem. All those tapping and tinkering is giving ASMR. Unintentional ASMR, I guess. I will still say this took only 5 hours and 40 minutes to complete. The rest is just damage control. So, which is still impressive by a large measure. Last part is the upper housing. Okay. Will you be lucky number switch number 41? Yes! All right. All keys are now working, so let's do it one more time. P A S D F G H J K L colon, or rather that Z X C V B N M all. Yes. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I'll turn off the desktop audio for now. Oh boy. Well, thanks everybody for coming to the show, and special shout out to Renkonek and especially to Milus for lasting with me this long. Final call for fixing the board or creating the board was 5 minutes and 47 seconds, not counting that extra switch that we had to fix. But if you want to really call it like that, it was 6 hours and 13 minutes. I'm tired. I will probably stream maybe tomorrow if I still feel up for it. I'm probably going to stream maybe the configuration, because as you can see with VIA, I was able to test out all the keys. So now the next big step would be to actually configure what key does what in each layer, for example. So we'll see how that works, and we'll figure out what to do. But for now, that is a totally different thing we need to worry about. That's not a big issue. So we'll just leave it at that. But once again, I would like to thank everybody for choosing to drop by. It means the world for me that you were able to join me. And if those of you who are watching your VODs, I'd like to thank the VODs. I'd like to thank you very much again also. Sorry, for being part of this stream. So once again, I would like to thank everybody. Thanks. Shout out to everybody who chose to stay and who also passed by. Once again, my name is Kevin, also known as Serjay Svek. I am tired, but I am overjoyed. Take a look at that. My Pabile P42. It's beautiful, ain't it? Nice and red. Just give it another close-up over here. Look at that. Beautiful, ain't it? So once again, this is Kevin, also known as Serjay Svek, bowing out. I am done for today. You take care, and you always stay safe. Bye now.